6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
You'll never have the sacred stone.
Oh, this you crazy mother.
You are now about to witness the strength of street knowledge.
How y'all doing? Hopefully everybody's had a wonderful weekend. Hopefully you didn't listen to too much of the noise going on. Hopefully everything looks good, sounds good. Hello to Cuban. Cuban says he has some news to share. I'm low. All right, I can fix that, dude. That ain't no problem. I tried not to get it too high because I'm still trying to learn this crap. But anyway, hello, Miss Katie. I see Cuban's got some news to share. We got plenty of time. So, hello to everybody. Welcome. This is episode 9, 2012 of the Rise of the Fall series, 8 Pillars of Performance. And yes, I do have a video to share with the class tonight. It's been kind of a wild week. You know, you had the Caneville versus Coop situation. You know, I wanted to chime in on that, but I figured it's it's not my, I don't have a dog in the fight, so I'll just let them figure it out. I believe things were very generalized, and if things hadn't have been generalized, probably would have. Anyway, again, because I was, as Cuban know, I was watching the You Talk Baby show the other night. Excellent show. If you have not seen Mr. D, I think it's Mr. Devin is his name. Mr. D and Mr. Frank, Mr. Larry J. Frank Jr. That is. Excellent show. Excellent show. Excellent. They kind of like us, they gonna tell you what they feel. They don't care if it pisses you off. They gonna say it, but it's an excellent show. Also the spring game was this past Saturday, in case you did not know, or if you have been living under a rock, or maybe you've been out the country, maybe you've been out on a boat ride in the middle of the Atlantic or Pacific, you don't know. But man, I tell you, these last few days, I put that tweet out last night, that if I would have got on camera last night, I would have really, I would have went stupid. I'd have went stupid, crazy, dumb. But I'm glad I didn't. Because I was ready to come out with both middle fingers extended and yelling F you to everybody. Well, not y'all. Y'all are cool. Y'all are okay. But y'all know what I'm talking about. And I kind of feel, I'm really trying not to let those knuckleheads dictate how I feel, because people are going to say things, they're going to say things. I don't agree with it. And the one thing that's really been bugging me, this is what's been bugging me, is why are people so down on Jakari? I don't get it. I have yet to figure out what this young man has done. His numbers are far superior than 8 for 23, the savior of South Beach. Now, this is not a knock on Emory personally. This is not a knock, or it's not about the players. Never has it been about the players. It's about this rhetoric. It's almost like everybody must have got bonus checks Saturday afternoon. And you know what I mean? And I don't see how. From what I saw. Now, granted, I was working nights, Friday night and Saturday nights, so I was able to watch a little bit of the game live, and then I had to kind of catch up later on. But still, I watched it. And my first impression was, my God, it looks like they're playing in syrup. It looked like the offensive line and the defensive line were dancing. It was a dance recital. Now, granted, I don't know if it was the camera angle, because they were playing in a pasture, basically. And, they weren't in a regular stadium. The camera angle was probably a little low. Didn't really get a good observation view. But, I thought it was a good spring game. It's a spring game. Okay. Cam come out there and did what a player of his caliber and experience would have done. Okay. I thought Jakari looked very comfortable. Yeah, he had a couple of errant throws, but it's the spring game. It's okay. You're going to have some bad throws. You're going to have some miscommunication. But, man, Jakari just looked really comfortable. Poffenbarger, that young man he has some work to do. This ain't Albany. He got work to do. And he looks so short. He looked like a Oompa Loompa in the backfield. You know? Exactly, Cuban. He looked like a solid. I don't understand where the rhetoric is coming from, where that Poffenbarger was going to be number 2, and Jakari been practicing with the walk-ons. I don't get it. Okay? And I'm not being a fanboy of anybody. I'm just being fair and calling it like I see it. You know, Emory come in there. Yeah, I understand he broke his arm. Okay, I understand. But they want to say, and when I say they, I'm talking about the check cashers. Y'all know who I'm talking about. And, you know, they talk about, well, Emory looked a little rusty because, you know, he had his arm broken, da-da-da-da-da. True. But Jakari didn't play all season except for the Pinstripe Bowl last year. It just, to me, it looked like, and again, Emory looks like a sophomore. That's what he looks like. He's going to get better. It's just right now, in my opinion, from what I saw, he's going to be number 3. Okay? And I think, honestly, truth be told, even if they didn't pay Cam Ward the $975,000 to come play this year, and they didn't have Cam Ward, I still think the offense would be okay with Jakari. I do. I've been saying that for a while. But, you know, hopefully, I would really like to see Jakari stick around and get the starting QB job next year. But the young man has to go where he's needed. He has to go where he will be successful. You know, but I just don't understand all this noise that Jakari is anything less than a second string. That's my opinion. Okay. You know, Judd got in there, looked like a freshman. Okay, that's what you would expect to see. I tell you what, I was kind of impressed with the defensive backfield. You know, there was it was kind of tit for tat. You know, the receivers made some good catches. But I just couldn't get over. I couldn't get over how the offensive line and the defensive line looked slow. And, you know, the crazy thing is this morning, I was going to do a patio perspective this morning, but I just didn't feel like it because I kind of got this funk going on in my head, and I'm really trying, you know, I'm just trying to stay positive, trying to stay focused, trying to do my thing and not let those morons compromise, you know, me. But anyway, I was sitting there this morning having coffee on the patio, and I'm like, you know, let me check out what some of these other spring games look like. I believe I looked at, let's see, Alabama, Ole Miss, Pittsburgh, Virginia Tech, LSU, Georgia. I think I didn't watch all of them. I just kind of watched about 5 or 10 minutes of each one, just kind of get to see what they look like. And man, it was like watching a regular game with those. And Pittsburgh, did I say Pittsburgh? I don't know if I said Pittsburgh, but yeah, I did watch some Pittsburgh. And it was like watching a game. And again, I don't know if it was because the camera angle was crazy because of the stadium, the bleachers. And I tell you what, I tell you, the university, the athletic department got their money's worth out of the who was that, EJ Emanuel and the other little dude that was commentating on the, if you watch it on the ACC network extra, they were, it's like every other word out their mouth was how great this is, how great that is, and it's just a spring game, people. It's just a spring game. It's okay. But it is what it is. But all the talking heads out there, and y'all know what I'm talking about. Y'all know what I'm talking about. Cam Ward looks like Dan Marino out there, which he should. He should look like Dan Marino. He's been playing Division I for, 2 years? And 2, maybe 3. And, he was paid $975,000. And again, I mean, he looked good. He really did. But I just don't see how. Anyway, let's move on. And that's really about all I have to say in my monologue. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to paste and copy the invite, so in case anybody wants to come on, we can talk about it. So let's get this party started, shall we? Let's get this party started. There he is. All right, Cuban. I'm bringing you on. Before we get this party started, what you got for us, buddy? How you been?
I am just as hot as you are with the comments in these streets. But, I just want to break some news to the Twitter world, the YouTube world, everybody out there. Jordan, please look at the camera. I have a question to ask you.
Okay.
I got some insight from Twitter. Somebody sent me a direct message that you are going to join Team Flow.
Somebody lying to you.
Now, you see
honestly.
Now,
nope,
watch this. Hold on, Jordan. You see how that works?
Oh, yeah.
So do not ask questions that have not happened yet.
Right.
That's a whole problem that I had. And the way they attacked our guy, I was very pissed. You and I know our guy is not like that, right? And yeah. I was extremely angry at that because of that dude is not our guy. That other dude is a horrible dude. You just saw what I just did to you, right? You had the Mario reaction. You don't answer rumors. That question would have been perfect after the game when you have actual proof. So my whole thing with the Canes media, Canes Twitter, we live off rumors. Like you said before, Jordan, use discernment. And what I've said, let your eyes make the judgment. Don't go off rumors because that's going to get your ass beat. You know, like right now, what I just did, I'm joking. Hopefully everybody, I'm joking. It's just, I want your true reaction to see how, when you say things that are, you might join that team later. I don't know, but it would be better if I asked it when it happens, but you don't ask it. You don't ask these questions before, because now you're building off rumors. So I just wanted to run that test with you. I just wanted to see how you would react, and you reacted just the exact way that I wanted, right? I just wanted to prove a point on how you don't ask questions about rumors to people like that, because things get
You're right.
screwed up.
And the crazy thing, Cuban, is all this fourth string and stuff like that. That was kind of, in my opinion, I was going to ask, because before this Caneville versus Coop situation happened, that's the only way I could describe it.
Yeah.
Or let's say the question, before the question was asked, in the back of my mind, I kept asking myself, all this fourth string, where did this come from? Because I had not seen anything official. I know the word on the street.
Right.
Okay. He was practicing, he was spending time with the third string or whatever. That in all honesty, that doesn't make him fourth string. I talked about this a while ago, but we don't know what the end game is. I'm not being a Manny 2.0 sympathizer here, but we don't know what's going on. Okay, I don't know, but yeah, again, I'm really trying to distance myself from that situation, just because of the fact that, I thought about doing a video, reaction video, but
you have to be careful. Like, I don't want to bring other, like when Gary Furman said that, the coach, Chucky, when Chucky, what's Chucky's name? The football coach, Raiders coach.
I know who you're talking about.
Yeah. When he said he was going to be
Gruden.
Yes. When he said that Gruden was going to be the next coach of the Miami Hurricanes. Didn't happen, but now that sticks to him forever and a day. That's why you have to be careful with rumors. Now, you and I know that Ja'Kerr should not be freaking fourth, fifth string. He should be either the starter or the backup, right? Obviously, he's going to be the backup because they're paying the guy $1 million, whatever, right? But he should be the backup quarterback, and it's like we all know that. I just don't like that guy because that guy starts a lot of bullshit. He's the one that started. This is the first time I've ever seen Canes player train during the spring break. I'm like, what the hell are you talking about? Devin and Larry Frank, those are my guys. Those are my guys. It just that when that guy came on the show, he just spills a lot of bullshit, and he's one of the main ones that spills out a lot of rumors and fake stuff, and then it just goes through. But let's leave that drama aside. I'm going to disagree with you again. I actually thought it was a pretty good spring game.
Oh, yeah. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying it was a bad spring game. I mean, it was a spring game.
Yeah, it was a spring game.
There was good stuff, both sides of the ball. But for some reason, when I first started watching it, it just stuck. It just looked, I don't know if it was the camera angle or what, but it just looked like, or then again, it may have just been the defense line and the offensive line were just like, that like equilibrium, nothing was really moving, but
right.
Again,
I mean, I liked it. You could tell the defense was really going, like you said, the defense, like the linebackers would go to them, they'll just stop, right? It's funny because people are like, oh, we want vanilla. I'm like, no, that's our offense. Did you watch the NC State game, the Florida State game, the Clemson game, where we did the screen passes? It's like everything after game 4 was vanilla. So if you're expecting, bells and whistles, don't expect that. This is our offense. Our defense might be a little bit different, but this is our offense. But outside, I thought we looked slow. I'm not gonna lie to you. We looked a little bit slow. I didn't see. This is going to sound horrible, but our running backs, we're going to have to get a running back from the portal because we're in year 3. We still don't have a Mario Cristobal running back in here. right? So, and I just don't get that. Our D line, we need some defensive linemen. Linebackers, I'm not sure of. Safeties and cornerbacks, I'm not sure of. But I thought it looked good, but I have 9 wins maximum. I don't have 10, 11, 12, what everybody is saying. I have 8 or 9 wins. But it didn't look like a mess. I'll put it that way.
It didn't. We've seen a lot worse.
We've seen a lot, with Martell.
Right. And again, I'm not trying to crawfish, but then again, it could have looked a certain way because both, the offense and the defense were kind of canceling each other out, if that makes sense. But then again, it's just a spring game.
Yeah, I did have a problem. Why does our second and third string look so walk-on-ish? Like when Carver caught a touchdown, not being racist, but you had a white 30. You had a white safety. When you have a white safety, you got problems, right?
Yeah.
So, and he was a walk-on, right? And my thing is like, this is year 3. There's no probation. You can get all the scholarships, why do we have a walk-on player playing safety on the second and third string? I'm like, where's his depth at?
Exactly. What you say, QB? Glad to have you here tonight, man. What's up? I mean, and it's almost, that $974,000 they spent on Cam, they could have probably got a few more eggs in the basket, but we'll see.
Now
we'll see.
People on Twitter, we have to go for transfer players because we're in win now mode. I'm like, you do know the more transfers you get, the longer. Because it's funny, John. When I joined your show, what was the first thing I asked you? Rebuild or remodel?
Remodel. Yeah.
And we still are remodeling.
Yes, exactly. And it comes to a point to where, and I know we've discussed this before, but in my opinion, a transfer portal is an excellent tool when you're kind of lacking a little bit in the recruiting, or you're trying to develop your recruits. You see what I'm getting at?
Yeah.
And it comes to a point to where once you get the recruits pretty much settled in, then you just concentrate on the younger players. But we're starting to put a lot of sheetrock mud on them walls, dude.
Right. And one thing I would advise Mario for his recruiting classes, don't recruit a quarterback, because I don't think he's ever going to have I don't think we're ever going to see a Mario quarterback start for Miami.
And at this point in time, I would agree with that. I really would.
So it's like, the guy that we recruited this year, pull his scholarship, because you and I know next year, let's say Ja'Cory, Emery, let's say all the quarterbacks stay. We know for a fact that Emery, Ja'Cory, freshman, and the quarterback this year, they're not going to start. He's going to go out in the portal. He's going to do that every single year. So it's like you're wasting your scholarship recruiting a quarterback, because you're going to work. And it's funny, we're going to go to some. I'm sorry. I know we're doing the rise and the fall. Just one more thing.
That's all right.
I keep hearing that Mario is this great recruiter.
That was yesterday.
Well, hold on.
Today he's the portal tycoon.
Fine, but this is my thing. If he's such a great recruiter, you mean to tell me Vanderbilt and Washington State and NC State recruit better than us? Because we got two players from Washington State that were probably 2 to 1 stars. We got 2 to 3 players from Vanderbilt, right? We got a player from Georgia Southern. We got a player from Middle Tennessee State.
Right.
We got a player from MC State, and they're going to be impactful players. And another Virginia, right? So it's like,
Yeah.
my thing is like, if he's such a great recruit, why is he going to the others? Are these other schools out recruiting us?
Well, you notice once the recruiting season was over, the signing day had come and passed, you didn't hear much about the recruiting part.
Right.
You know, again, this is year 3. All right, year 3. And you've said it a few times, but where are these players that this master recruiter brought in? Now, some people will say that the 2022 class technically isn't his and this and that.
No, it only works. It works in their favor because now there some people are saying that what's number 2's name? The receiver. He caught a touchdown. Right, forgot his name. Yeah, but they're saying that he's a Mara recruit now. Right, and he was in the same. And it's like it works when it fits your narrative, like we've said before.
Right, but again, it's not like this is an isolated incident. Horton, Isaiah. Yeah. Again, these check cashers, bonus recipients, these coaches that come in first year, get hired at different schools, they all go through the same thing. It's, again, not to beat a dead horse, but when Mario come in, they talked about, again, all the recruiting and all the people he brought into Oregon. Okay. All the master recruiter. He is he is Miami's prodigal son. He's come back. He knows the area. He knows Miami.
He knows how to develop.
And now we're just going out and having, it's like you got, portal purchasing power. Look, I'm gonna be honest with you. As long as it translates to wins and consistent success,
that's fine.
Okay.
I'm okay.
But right now, today, tax day today, I don't know, dude.
My thing is just don't feed me bullshit.
And they're doing
I want to win. I want to win, but just don't feed me bullshit. That's it.
I mean, it's crazy, dude. And again, I've really, you try to ignore it, but it's almost like that mosquito that just won't get away from you in your ear. That mosquito be buzzing in your ear and you're just trying to swat it and it comes back or the little bastard keeps biting you and you swat it, he comes back,
I know.
And them mosquitoes are big right now, dude. Good Lord.
I know.
Man, I could put a saddle on one of them bastards and ride them. Anyway. All right. Y'all ready to get into this?
Yes, sir.
All right. So let's get this party started. So a quick recap of 2011. Of course, y'all know it was Golden's first season. It was you had the NCAA and little Nevin. Okay. Which I can't believe that little frog-looking bastard's done reappeared, but again, you had 8 players were suspended at the beginning of the season last season. They had the self-imposed ball ban, which will come into play again this year, 2012. We'll get to that later. In Golden's first year, Miami finished 6-6, 3-5 in the ACC. Ja'Cory Harris left the university as the second all-time passing yardage leader with 8,826 yards. But the young man finished first in interceptions at 48. Lamar Miller, he left. He ended up being the 12th all-time rusher at 1,918 yards. And Travis Benjamin, when he left, he ended up being 6th in reception yards, 9th in receiving touchdowns, and 6th in receptions, which not bad considering the players that were then. Now that was as of 2012, not today, 2012, 2011. All right. Let me go ahead and get into the season. Where's there it is. All right. We'll put that in there. But first, before I do that, let me go ahead and change this up. Change my screen. There we go. Okay. So let's look at the coaching staff. Y'all know how we do it. So, of course, Golden is the head coach. And his buddy, D'Onofrio, is the defensive coordinator. Jedd Fisch, he's kind of sporting that Vivek look, but we're not going to get into that. He is the offensive coordinator and the quarterback's coach. This is a spoiler alert. Spoiler alert. So if you don't want to hear what happens, hit mute. Jedd Fisch's last year, by the way. All right. And Mr. Jethro, that man looks serious, dude. Mr. Jethro, as y'all can see, he is the defensive line assistant, defensive line from Fresno. All right. And then, of course, Brennan Carroll, kind of got a little Brendan Fraser look going on. He's the tight ends coach. Mr. Terry Jackson, he's the running backs coach. The man, Art Keogh, he is the offensive line coach. Mr. George McDonald is the passing game coordinator. Mr. Paul Williams is the defensive backs coach. Mr. Barrow, he is the linebacker coach and special team coordinator. Excuse me. DJ Hernandez, graduate assistant, and Philip Einstein, graduate assistant. We still have Mr. Andrew Swayze is still the strength and conditioning coach. All right. Now, we had the players that were drafted from the 2011 team. The players selected in the 2012 draft, as you can see, Olivier Vernon went to the Dolphins in the 3rd round. Sean Spence went in the 3rd round to the Steelers. Lamar, 4th round to the Dolphins. Benjamin to the Browns in the 4th. And Streeter and Brandon Washington went in the 6th round. Streeter to the Ravens. Brandon to the Eagles. All right. Now, our returning, let me make that a little bit smaller there for everybody to see clearly. So our returning starters for 2012, as you can see, is Hearns, Walford, Feliciano, and Linder, Chickalo, Smith, Gaines, Perryman, McGee, Talamac, and then the kickers. Now, this is the part I've been waiting to get to right here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do that. I want to make sure y'all can see this because some of y'all may not know. So this recruiting class for 2012, depending on who you listen to, it was, I believe, Rivals had them at 8. I think ESPN 9. So we'll say 8. And man, look at the names coming in. You have Tracy Howard, this guy, Randy Johnson, who looks a lot like Duke Johnson, but in case you didn't know, that's Duke. Duke's a nickname. Jean-Louis, Tyreek McCoy. Yes.
John Lewis never signed.
He never did?
Nope.
They lied to me.
Never played.
Oh, well. We're not perfect. All right. McCord, Bush, Lewis, Kirby, Dewey, which I don't think he stayed very long. Isadora, Hamilton. Looks like Rob Lockhart and Damari Jones was not available for yearbook photos. Juwan Blue, Carter. We have Witt, Eric Flowers. Gabriel Terry didn't have a picture. Jacoby Briscoe out of Lafayette. Hoyt, Herb Waters. Sound familiar? Dortch. We have O'Donnell, Rayshon Jenkins, which I have a little something for y'all concerning Mr. Rayshon. No, not that Rayshon, the other Rayshon. Anyway, Vernon Davis, Larry Hope, Scarecrow, Gary Crow, Ivory Moore, David Thompson, which he ended up playing third base for the baseball team.
MLB, right? He got drafted by the Cubs?
I believe so.
He was a beast of a player.
Oh, man, was he?
Hitter.
You know, I don't remember. I think he may have spent 1 year on the football team. I'm not sure,
he was 1 year and then out.
Yeah, he went to the baseball team.
He was like a great, not going to say great, but he was a real good baseball player.
Yes, he was. Dillard, Gabois. Sorry about that. Crawford and Gunter. And that rounds out the
how many in total? How many players in this class?
I think it was like 33, I believe is what it said.
33, yeah.
Sorry. 33. Now again, this is the ESPN one, but y'all get the point. Keep an eye on this young Randy Johnson, y'all. Keep an eye on him. I got a feeling about this young man.
So 7 players out of 33 went to the NFL. That's a 21% clip.
But Golden wasn't a master recruiter, though.
Yeah. And you know, it's a funny part. I mean, go up, scroll up. I want to see the ranking. Number 6, right?
They had no. The ESPN, they don't have their rankings. I just saw it, but I think the Rivals had them like number 8.
Yeah, they could have. They're number 8, but this class should have been 2 or 3.
Easy.
Because he missed out on a lot of players.
Well, and I think probably a lot of that had to do with the
Florida State. That had to do with Florida State. Florida State was taking everything.
Yeah, that and plus the fact that a lot of other schools were using the sanctions, the investigation, et cetera, you know. But again, still, you know, these young men are going to pan out. Matter of fact, Deion Bush played for the Chiefs.
Got 2 championships.
Yeah. So take that for what it's worth. Too bad Golden wasn't a master recruiter like our current coach. All right. So with that being said, this is going to be the preseason depth chart.
NFL. Oh man, NFL.
Yeah. Yeah.
NFL.
I mean,
so in the offense, everyone out of one position to the NFL. No.
Yeah. You know, Brayshawn Scott, that's the one who I have a video of y'all to show. But yeah, I mean, that's crazy. That is just crazy. You know, even with the defense kind of, but yeah, crazy. All right, so let's, oops, didn't mean to yell. Let's look at our schedule. And if you notice what I notice, Katie says, oh, Miss Katie, recruiting is like thunder, coaching is lightning, and what gets the job. Oh, yeah, you're right. You can have all the 5 stars you want, but if you don't get them working together and develop them. So looking at the schedule, I was going to say we've kind of seen the same schedule the last few years. Now again, these are preseason rankings. 22 Kansas State, Notre Dame 9, Florida State 7, Virginia Tech 16. Again, those are preseason rankings. I got those off of sport-reference.com. There may be some discrepancies once we get into the season, but that's not the point. If somebody calls me out on you can't even get the rankings right, okay, fine, I'll take it, but I don't really care. Let's see. All right, so if I'm not mistaken, let me come over here, do a little housekeeping. So one thing I want to do is I want to show, like I said, I have some special videos for y'all. Okay, now y'all watch this. Check this out. Did y'all see that? Watch this. Watch it again. Watch it again. But Restrepo had the greatest catch in 30 plus years. I just happened to catch that on one of the videos. So, without further ado, y'all check this out for a few minutes.
Deserve victory.
Deserve victory.
Deserve victory.
Deserve victory just simply means that no program or student athlete is guaranteed victory, but with the right core values and the right leadership, you can deserve victory. From our standpoint, if you're smart, tough, disciplined, and better conditioned, that's the foundation. Ultimately, the goals plus execution equal outcome. We feel that these 8 pillars and that foundation are what's going to support our goals.
Choices.
Choices protect performance. You are what you repeatedly do.
In order to be successful in our program, you have to make great choices.
Choices you make on the field, off the field, in class, just being a great young man.
Attitude. Attitude sparks performance.
If you have a positive attitude, then with weightlifting or anything with school, if you think you're going to do it, you're going to do it.
Your attitude really shows what type of man you are and how you deal with adversity.
Partnership.
Partnerships influence performance.
You can't do everything by yourself, especially in football and life.
I believe you always got to have someone on your side to get through things, your family, your friends, your coaches. They're always going to be your partner. Gratitude.
Gratitude enriches performance.
Gratitude is basically showing appreciation, being thankful for what others sacrifice for you.
Gratitude is the opposite of entitlement.
Just being thankful for what you have will make you work even harder.
Team me.
Team me means big team and little me.
Everyone has their role on the team.
Can't beat the drill with selfish people. Can't win with selfish people.
It's all about being unselfish and realizing that you're not the only person on the team and the team's bigger than yourself.
We're all one and we all need each other in order to be a great team.
Passion. Passion energizes performance. I don't think you can do anything worth anything in this life if you don't have passion, you don't have energy. We call it around here at the University of Miami, bringing the juice.
And that's what this program was built on, was passionate players. If you don't have passion, then you don't deserve to be a Miami Hurricane.
Preparation.
Proper preparation prevents poor performances.
At the University of Miami, we try to be the industry leader in terms of preparation?
The preparation that we put into each practice, the preparation that we put into each game.
Up to the last 48 hours towards the game, we're going to be preparing for the event.
Empowerment.
Empowerment means owning your craft.
Empowerment frees performance.
Empowerment to me means somebody gives you the plan in order to be successful, and you take that plan. They don't need to tell you anymore what you have to do. You just go out and do it on your own.
Coach Golden has shown us the values of the pillars. That's the backbone of our team. We'll deserve victory through our hard work.
We have an opportunity to deserve victory, to be champions, to be great. And I know each one of you want it as bad as I want it.
Remember, no player or coach is guaranteed victory, but with the right core values and the right leadership, you can deserve victory. Choose to deserve victory every day.
So yeah, how about that? How about that?
Holy shit!
I found
I never seen that, man. I didn't.
It's on YouTube. If you go, it was about a month ago. I think I had kind of mentioned this, but I don't know what I was doing, but maybe I was looking for some old game highlights or something. But you have that, and there's also one by the Raising Canes. They have one. It's a lot longer, but it doesn't really get into the pillar stuff. But yeah, oh yeah, dude, it's out there. Just I'm trying to remember. That one was called Deserve Victory, and the other one was about the 8 pillars, I believe. Yeah, it's out there on YouTube, buddy. It's out there. It's crazy stuff. I mean, because when that came out, that was like the big thing, the 8 pillars. All right. So y'all ready to get into the season? Let's get into the season, shall we? Let me go ahead and get this on full screen, and we will get into the lesson plan here. Get into the exciting stuff. All right. I'm going to make this full screen so everybody can see. Yeah, QB said, look at that. Look at that bad culture. All right. Let me get my notebook out the way. Game notes up here. So our first game of the season, as you can see, is at Boston College. Home team's going to be on the bottom, visitor on top. I got fancy with it. So this was up in Chestnut Hill. As you can see, Miami pulled out a 41-32 victory. A couple of game notes. Duke Johnson was the first Miami true freshman to start and score in the season opener since August 28th of 2008. That was Ja'Cory Harris ran for a 30-yard touchdown against Charleston Southern. Now, this really blew my mind. This was Miami's first win at Boston College since 2001. And also, as you can see, Johnson had a 54-yard run and a 56-yard touchdown run. And that 130, and he also ran for a total of 135. That was the most by a true freshman since Javaris James did it against, he did 148 yards, Javaris James did, against Houston back in 2006. Also, Allen Hurns had a career-high 81 yards on 8 catches. Just some pretty interesting stuff there. It was crazy. It was it was pretty close. Now, here's the kicker. Miami had 208 yards rushing to Boston College 96. All right. Now, passing. That's basically looks like all Boston College did was throw the ball. Just looking at the numbers here. Miami had 270 yards passing. Boston College had 441. They attempted to throw the ball 51 times. You know, kind of had shades of that BYU game back in 90, I believe it was. Anyway, I digress. Miami was 28 of 45 on passing. Both teams had an interception. And, of course, BC was getting almost 9 yards every pass play. That's wild stuff. And looking at the total offensive numbers, you can see BC outgained by Miami by over 100 yards. You know what I'm looking for. Miami was 11 of 21 on third downs. Boston College was 6 of 14. That's crazy. All right. Like I said, Mr. Johnson had 135 yards rushing. James, 54. Morris had 18 on some scrambles. And then, like I said, Mr. Morris, he had 207 passing yards. He had a touchdown, and he did have a sack, and he had an interception. Again, look at this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10 different people. Oh, I need to turn up my volume. I'm sorry. I can do that. I didn't want to. I've been trying to play with this thing, so I do apologize. I do apologize for that. But I appreciate that, Katie. Thank you for looking out for me. All right. So, yeah, I mean, you had 10 different guys catching the ball. You know, and we've been seeing that over the last forever. Let's see. And in Boston College, they had like I said, they had 107 yards rushing, Williams and Kimball. But that Reddick dude, I mean, he was 32 of 51, 441 yards, 2 touchdown passes. And it looks like, I must say, Amadon and Kimball, they were catching it. I mean, they had 149 and 130 yards respectively. And then the other cats had, I mean, they passed the ball around too. So luckily, I mean, it looked like Boston College tried to come back late, but it just didn't happen. Come on. All right, looking on the defensive side of the ball. Rogers had 8 tackles. Perryman and Green 7, like they were the leading tacklers. Perryman had a sack. Green and Buchanan shared a sack. Shared the sack. That's funny. Mr. Johnson had a sack, and Pierre had a sack. They had 4 sacks for 7 yards, 2 tackles. No, I'm sorry. Hang on. I'm reading the tackle for loss. Please forgive me for that. I'm a moron. Reading is fundamental. So no sacks, but they have 4 tackles for loss for 7 yards. So, it looks like for Boston College, Edabali and Rudolph combined for a sack. They had 3 tackles for losses for 17 yards. All right. Next week, your Miami Hurricanes take on the number 21 ranked Kansas State. Might as well go ahead and get into it. Here we go. Yeah, Kansas State come out and took Miami to the woodshed. That's about the only way I can describe it. It was bad. It really was. You know, I mean, Miami come out, had a field goal in the first, field goal in the second. They actually scored with 3.5, by almost 4 minutes left in the game. But by then, I mean, wow. It was bad. But then again, I mean, K-State was really a good team back then. Excuse me. And looking at the numbers, as you can see, Kansas State had 288 yards rushing to Miami's 55. And if I'm not mistaken, Arthur Brown was on this team too. And if y'all paid attention to the previous shows, he was at Miami but transferred. Anyway,
was it
passing
Klein or Kansas State QB? Was it Klein or something like
Klein?
that?
Yeah, Klein was.
Yeah, that
Colin
guy.
Klein. That's
that
right.
Fucking guy. Sorry.
That's okay. No, it's quite all right. Passing was kind of the same, but I mean, when you're running for 288 yards, when you go 9 for 11, you know, it's okay. I mean, looks like Miami was 21 of 28, no interceptions. Now, Miami had 3 fumbles. They lost 3 fumbles. Kansas State, they had 2 fumbles but didn't lose any of them. So, yeah, it's, you know, when you're getting pounded that bad and then you fumble the ball 3 times, it does not help the cause. It does not. Oh, yeah, Katie, I agree. You're right. Let's see. Where is it at? Yep, there we go. Miami was 5 of 12 on third down. Kansas State was 8 of 11. That's pretty good on third down. I won't look at these anemic numbers, but James had 37 yards rushing. Duke only had 24. As for a total of 55 yards. Morris, like I said, he was 19 of 26 for 215. He did have a 56-yard pass. He was sacked 5 times. 5 times. Mr. Ryan Williams got a little late action time. He was 2 for 2. He got 7 yards. He had a touchdown pass for 5 yards. I think they were like near the goal line, and there you go. But again, 2, 4, 6, 8. Yeah, 10 people got receptions. 10 people, 10 different people. That's good distribution. But Walford had the touchdown pass from Williams. And looking at Kansas State rushing, it was just everybody got him a good bit of that. I mean, 288 yards rushing. Looks like Klein had 1 touchdown. His longest was 58 yards. As far as receiving, Lockett, Thompson, Trujillo, Sexton. Well, really, those first 3, they kind of got the most of it. But yeah, it was a buzzsaw. Buzzsaw they walked into. Now let's see if I can read this correctly this time. Chicolo did have a sack. Green, Pierre, Johnson, Perriman, and Chicolo, they all had tackles for loss. He had 5 tackles for loss for 26 yards. Ooh, the sack fest. There he is, Arthur Brown. Arthur Brown come in there. He was he had 10 tackles. He was the leading tackler. He had a sack. He had 2 tackles for loss for 10 yards. I mean, it's almost like he had bad intentions on his mind, and he was going to take it out, and he did. Davis had 2 sacks, Tuggle a sack, and Sua a sack. Say that fast 5 times. They ended up with 10 tackles for loss for 39 yards. Excuse me. All right. Now, Miami comes home, take on Bethune-Cookman. Miami's 1-1. Bethune's undefeated. Again, I mean, no disrespect to Bethune. No disrespect, but, you know, it's Bethune. You know, Now, granted, Miami only got 38 points on them.
Look at the halftime. Remember this game. Remember the halftime score? It was 17-7.
Yeah. Yeah.
This game, it was a close game.
It was. It really was. As you can see, like Duke Johnson had a 95-yard kickoff return, which Duke was a real good returner. And then Duke had a 50-yard pass from Morris. And basically Miami didn't look back after that. But yeah, it was close there for a little bit. I mean, you look at the numbers, though. Boston College had 20 first downs. Miami had 20 first downs. Boston College had 233 yards rushing. Miami, 215. Passing, Boston College didn't do too well. They had 122 yards passing. Miami had 211. Both teams had an interception. The quarterbacks had interceptions. Third down conversion. Bethune was 7 of 19. Miami was only 4 of 11. It almost seemed like Miami might have been a little overconfident in this game. But again, no disrespect to Bethune. No disrespect. You know, this is their Super Bowl. They came out and played. Rushing, Scott had 72 yards for Bethune. Jackson at 66. Waters, 60. Duke Johnson had 94 yards. James had 77. Clements had 37. Looks like Bethune used a whole slew of quarterbacks. They ended up 10 of 26 for 122. They were sacked 3 times. Jakari. Stephen Morris. Come on, get into the times, dude. It's 2012. Morris, because I mean, the last 4 episodes I've been saying Jakari, and it's a whole new day. So Mr. Morris was 20 of 35 with the interception, 211 yards passing with a touchdown, and his longest pass play was 50 yards. Again, you can see right here, a lot of folks got some touches. Duke, he was running, he was returning, he was receiving. You know, he was doing it all. Thank God he wasn't hurt for that game. Boston College. Bethune, come on, get your head out your ass. Bethune, they had a few players get some touches. They had 122 yards. Looking at the defensive numbers for Bethune, they had 2 tackles for losses. Fields and Addison were the leading tacklers. For Miami, McCord had 2 sacks. Smith had a sack. And Miami ended up with 7 tackles for loss for 24 yards. All right. The old arch nemesis, Georgia Tech. But, you know, Miami has a 3-game winning streak against Georgia Tech. Now, Miami comes into this game 2-1. They are 1-0 in ACC play. Georgia Tech is 2-1, and they're coming into the game 1-1 in conference play. So, and it's at Georgia Tech, as you can see. And Miami pulls it out 42-36 in overtime. Some game notes. This was actually the 4th consecutive time Miami has beat Georgia Tech. When's the last time we've said that? I'm just saying. Miami, and we're going to see this in a second, but Miami had 609 yards of total offense. That's the first time Miami had reached 600 yards of total offense since McNeese State in 2000. I think they racked up, it was like 629 yards. So, you know, 12 years. And personal notes, Stephen Morse at the time threw for a career best 436 yards. That was the first 400-yard passing game by a Miami quarterback since Ken Dorsey had 422 against West Virginia in 2002. And Mike James had a career high 4 touchdowns. 3 rushing, 1 receiving. We'll see that in just a second. But James rushed for a career high 89 yards on 15 carries, which is kind of crazy for that to be his career high. But hey, it is what it is. So, yeah, I mean, Miami jumped out, like, as you can see, to a 19-0 lead, and then it's like Georgia Tech come back. They took the lead, you know, because they run that old triple option stuff, and luckily Miami scored on that 10-yard pass with 27 seconds to go. That tied it up. And then, of course, James had that run at the in and overtime. All right. So, looking at the numbers, Miami had 30 first down. Georgia Tech had 18. Georgia Tech, of course, they do that triple option stuff. They were famous for that back then. They had 287 yards rushing, and Miami had 173. And then on the flip side, Miami had 436 yards passing, 132 yards for Georgia Tech passing. And this is going to probably be a common theme for Georgia Tech for a little while, in case you didn't know. And like I said, Miami had 609 yards total offense. Georgia Tech in that triple option had 419 total yards. Did have 1 interception for Miami. They did have a fumble, and they lost it for Miami. Third down conversion, though, Miami was 11-16, which that's pretty good. We haven't seen anything that good in a while. And Georgia Tech was 6 of 13 on third down. All right, and like I said, Mike James had 89 yards rushing. Duke had 72. Morris had some movement at 10 yards on rushing, but the big number is Morris was 31 of 52 passes. 1 interception, 436, 2 touchdowns, and a long pass play of 65 yards. Philip Dorsett, Mr. PD, Shad's main man, led of receivers of 9 catches for 184 yards, 1 touchdown, longest catch of 65. And then we have, excuse me. Sorry about that. Mr. Johnson with 107, Duke with 38. Rayshawn Scott, 48, James, 24, etc. So they had 31 catches for 436 yards, like I said before. And then, of course, when it comes to Georgia Tech and rushing yards, it's everybody's going to get it, and it just adds up. Check this. This is typical Georgia Tech football back then. Mr. Washington, 3 of 8, 132 in passing. But he had that long pass play of 58 yards because everybody gets lulled to sleep by that damn triple option. As far as defense goes, Chicolo had a sack. Let's see, Mr. Johnson had 9 tackles he was the leading tackler. Miami had 8 tackles for loss for 27 yards. Nobody on Georgia Tech got to Morris, but they did have 3 tackles for loss for 4 yards. All right. So here we go. I don't know if y'all watched this game, but I did. This was a good game. So You got NC State's at 3-1. Miami's 3-1. Miami is 2-0 in the ACC. When's the last time we said that? Okay. It's at Miami Gardens. It's a high noon Eastern kickoff. And let me tell you something. This game did not disappoint. And if you haven't seen this game, I recommend you watch it. And yes, Miami pulls out the victory 44-37. But that pass that Morris threw at the end of the game, I say the end of the game, it's like 20 seconds left, but to Philip Dorsett for 60. Oh my gosh, dude. Oh man, that made me feel good. I'm like, sweet. That was so cool. I mean, it was, Miami jumped out 23-7 in the first quarter. So I'm thinking, okay, yeah, we got this. But as you can see, NC State started creeping back in, and before you know it, NC State hit that 50-yard field goal with about 2 minutes left. And it's tied up. And I was thinking on that last drive, I'm like, man, we can't go to overtime. We're gonna lose it. Miami's gonna lose it if they go to overtime. But man, that was a pretty play by Mr. Morris at the end. Couple of game notes. This was the first 3-game winning streak Miami has had since 2009. Let that sink in for just a second. This 3-game winning streak is the first one in 3 years since 2009. That's wild stuff. And with the victory, Miami is 3-0. 3-0 in ACC play. When's the last time that's happened? Or I should say, when I say the last time, I'm like in the last few years or 3. Okay. And of course, Miami is 4-1. That's right. Miami is 4-1. First time since 2009. Actually, with Miami being 3-0 in the ACC, it's the first time since 2004, which was their first year in the ACC. This is the first time Miami has been 3-0 since joining the conference. Of course, it's 2012. Now, here's the crazy part. Well, I'm gonna get through this, and I'll get into the individual stats. So yeah, it was a shootout. NC State had 30 first downs. Miami had 26. Rushing, NC State had 224, but Miami had only 85. That's wild. Passing, you had 440 for NC State, 566 for Miami. NC State had 2 interceptions. Morris had 1. 4 touchdowns for NC State, 5 passing touchdowns for Miami. It was a pass-happy game. Let's see here. What am I looking for? Yeah. Now, this is the crazy part. NC State had 5 fumbles and lost 4 of them. Our pass defense needed some help. And NC State had 100 yards in penalties. 14 penalties for 100 yards. Miami only had 20. That's pretty good.
Our pass defense. That's it? Are you getting paid by the Northfield?
It's funny you say that, because I was going to say it could be the sign of things to come, But we'll get through it. Third down conversion, Miami was 6 of 18. NC State was 4 of 12. Now, getting into the individual stats kind of gets me to some game notes here. Morris, in this game, Stephen Morris, he threw for a Miami and ACC record 566 yards. And he also had a school-tying record 5 touchdown passes. Morris was the first quarterback at Miami to throw 5 touchdowns since Kyle Wright did it in Wake Forest. Philip Dorsett, as you can see, Philip Dorsett with his 191 yards of receiving and 2 touchdowns on 7 catches. And then, of course, he had the 62-yard reception for a touchdown, the game winner. And we'll get to the last part in a second. But, yeah, I mean, looking at this, Duke had 39 yards rushing. James had 31. So NC State wasn't letting us run on them. But, man, Morris lit that ass up. Like I said, 26 of 49, 1 interception, 566 yards. But Miami only won 44-37 at the end. He did have a sack, and he did have that 76-yard pass. Man, Dorsett and Scott lit it. They were catching the ball. Both of them had 2 touchdowns each. James had, as you can see, James had 53. It was wild. Now, on the flip side, Dak Creasy had 120 yards rushing for NC State. Thornton, 87. Glennon was 24-42. Of course, he had 2 interceptions, but he had 4 touchdowns, and he had a 73-yard pass. One thing I forgot to mention, Rayshon Scott did catch a 76-yard touchdown pass from Morris near the end of the first quarter. But, yeah, I mean, it was just a pass-happy game. I hate to see what would happen if what was it, 5 fumbles? They lost 4 fumbles. Plus 2 interceptions for NC State. Man. And Miami had to pull it out at the end. Crazy. All right, so looking at the defense, Cato Bishop had 1 sack as a unit. It looks like Noel and Wolf, since it has 2 Fs, they both had 10 sacks, 10 tackles, excuse me. As a unit, NC State had 6 tackles for loss for 25 yards. Now, Mr. Paul Gianni, Mr. Gianni Paul, he had 11. He had a career high night that day, or not night, but he had a career high day with 11 tackles total. But Johnson and Kane had sacks, 1 each. And Miami had 2 tackles for loss, which was 15 yards. Okay. Here we go. From Soldier Field. It was on NBC. Of course, the Notre Dame broadcast company. You got 4-0 Notre Dame. Now, why do I have Miami at the bottom? I apologize for that. Notre Dame. But anyway.
Ban this man.
So Miami's 4-1. Notre Dame is 4-0. Things are looking pretty good. Miami is undefeated in the ACC. But, yeah, you see it. Miami got a field goal, as you can see in the halfway, about 5 minutes left in the first quarter, and that was basically it. That was it. Notre Dame was just bullying Miami. Just come out. They are number 9. They were in the top 10. Yeah, I don't really know what to say about this game. Miami only had 13 first downs. Surprise, surprise. Notre Dame 34. Yeah. Notre Dame had 376 yards rushing on Miami. Miami only had 84 yards rushing. But the good news is no interceptions from Mr. Morris this game. He was 18 of 35. Notre Dame was 19 of 26. There were no Notre Dame did fumble the ball, but you know how it is with Notre Dame and fumbles. They're not going to lose them. Miami was 4 of 12 on third down. Notre Dame was 5 of 11. So that's that. Not really much to talk about offensively for Miami here.
Great.
Yeah, it hurt.
Great defense. Our defense is so good right now.
Oh, yeah. So as you can see, the leading rusher was James with 28 yards. You know, his longest run was 14. Now, Clements did have a 17-yard run, but Morris, like I said, 18 to 35, 201 yard. Longest pass play was 28 yards, no sacks, no interceptions, no touchdowns, no victory. The ball was spread around. Mr. Johnson did have 68, but you know, when you got one running back, Mr. Atkinson running for 123 and Wood running for 118, and then you got McDaniel and Golson running for over 50 for, you know, you get 376 rushing yards. What do you do with that? You know, there's nothing you can do. And Golson was the quarterback. I didn't want to add salt to the wound, but yeah. So the good thing is Notre Dame didn't sack Stephen Morris. So that's good. You know, they had one tackle for loss. I mean, that's good. But the defense, basically the same thing. Okay. I'm glad that game is over with because you went from the high of the NC State game to the low of the Notre Dame game. But Miami is still 3-0 in the ACC. They're 4-2, taking on North Carolina, who is also 4-2 and 1-1. And if I'm not mistaken,
is this Butch Stevens?
No, I was going to say I think this is Fedora.
Oh,
I think this is Fedora's first year. I believe it is. All right. And if y'all have been paying attention, y'all know Miami's history with North Carolina. Luckily, it was at home. But unfortunately, Miami did not pull out the victory. No, they did not. They did not. It was just, I watched the highlights of this game, and it was just, neither team could really, they just couldn't score, if that makes any sense. And I'm going to show you here. See, North Carolina had 30 first downs. Miami had 26. You know.
The pillars of success were not working this game?
Nah, they had a little crack in them. They were still trying to build it. Excuse me. Now, UNC had 272 yards rushing. Miami had 180. But the two interceptions by Mr. Morris didn't help. UNC had an interception. There was no fumbles. Really, I think those interceptions is what really cost them. But anyway, to do third down conversions, they were both the same. It's just neither team could get it in the end zone. But I mean, you know, North Carolina did hit that. I forgot to say they hit that field goal with like under 2 minutes left, but it didn't matter. Okay. Bernard for North Carolina. That was, I mean, he had 177 yards rushing. Throw in Romar Morris for 77, and they were just running it all up and down the field.
Nothing's changed.
No. But, you know, I guess in a way, with North Carolina having 272 yards rushing, but only score 18 points. I mean, you know, it could have been worse. I mean, I'm not saying it's a moral victory or a moral loss, but it's a sign of things to come.
This is the game that Stephen Morris messed up his ankle.
I believe so.
Yeah. He should not have been playing the next game.
Yeah. But yeah, Morris was 12 of 26, 2 interceptions. Like I said, he had 155 yards. Mike James had, it was a career high for 22 rushing attempts and the yards, which is kind of crazy. But then again, you know, Mr. James, he was in the same room with Cooper and Miller, and I thought Mike James was a good little back, you know. And then now he's got Duke Johnson in the room. So I mean, that's why with these, you know, career high of 96 yards. Really? What the hell? But, you know, he was in with good company, you know, good company. All right. So, Mr. Perriman, for the first time this season, he had a career tying 11 tackles. Of course, you know, Perriman wasn't no slouch. Miami did not have any sacks, but they had 7 tackles for loss for 18. Heffernan, I hope that's not any relation to the Kings or Queens Heffernan. Anyway, he had 1 sack. North Carolina had 7 tackles for loss for 18 yards. So, I mean, yeah, crazy stuff. Crazy stuff. All right. Hey, we're doing good tonight. Hour and a half, and we're up to game 8, which is the Florida State Seminoles, number 12. Miami 4-3, 3-1 in ACC play. It was a Saturday night game. Of course, you know, everybody and their brother was watching it. And Miami blew it 33-20. 33-20. I mean, it was only 13-10 at half, but in the fourth quarter, Florida State just took over. Florida State had 23 first downs. Miami had 14. But, yeah, you see it. Florida State had 218 yards rushing. Miami had 29. But the passing was equal. You know, they were 21 of 31. Miami was 26 of 44, 1 interception. Fumbles. Florida State had 5 fumbles and lost 2 of them. Miami had a fumble and lost it. But we only run for 29. I don't think I have. That's probably the lowest total I had seen for Miami in a Miami Florida State game that I remember.
Well, I'm watching the highlights right now. Why is Stephen Morris playing? He hasn't. It's fucking. I'm sorry. It just. He should not be playing. He has a bump. I just saw the fumble. He was like hobbling, and they hit him.
Yeah.
It's like, why is he even playing?
I guess kind of the same reason why we asked, why did TVD play last year? But I digress. Now, at Florida State had 12 penalties for 121 yards. Miami only had 4 for 25. Third down conversion, Florida State was 3 of 10. Miami was 4 of 16. Now, looking at the individual stats here, Duke had 27 yards rushing. James had 25. Morris was 25 of 43 for 223, a touchdown. He was sacked 4 times. Looks like Mr. Dorsett's pass, he was 1 for 1, 6 yards. Hey, he's better than Emory. As far as receiving goes, again, I know it was only 229 yards, but I mean, you've got 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 people again. Well, I mean, Morris caught one from Dorsett, but still, 9, 10 different people got a reception. So, I mean, I know it's a moral victory and those don't count, but, it's something we're not used to here lately. Usually you just see like one person catching all the balls, but I digress. And of course, for Florida State, Freeman was 70 yards rushing, Wilder 49, Thompson for 47, EJ, Mr. ACC Network Manual, 34 yards rushing. I went to Florida State, but I really talked good about Miami because I got a paycheck from the ACC. Mr. Emmanuel, he was 21 of 31 for 229. He was sacked twice. Morris was sacked 4 times, by the way. It looks like they had probably about 2, 4, 6, 8, 9 players made a reception for 229. Florida State had 5 sacks for 33 yards of loss and 7 tackles for loss for 42. Now, on the defensive side, Mr. Perriman had a season-high 12 tackles in this game, which, if you remember the previous game against North Carolina, Perriman had 11. So, he did good. But, let's see here. McGee and McCord had sacks, 1 each, 2 sacks, and Miami had 3 tackles for loss. And let's get the hell away from this game. All right. Man. Next game, Miami and Virginia Tech. Virginia Tech comes in. Hang on. Hold up. Hang on just a second. 3-2. What did I have? I don't know why I put 4-3 on there. It should be 3-3. I apologize for that because I'm here sitting here looking. I'm like, the hell was I smoking when I made this thing? So that's 3-3 in the ACC. Or screw it. Who cares? Let's just move on. Now, I do apologize for the graphic difference. I don't know why collegepressbox.com doesn't have Virginia Tech stuff on there. I don't understand that. But we're gonna get through this regardless. So yeah, Miami pulls it out 30-12. It really wasn't, I don't want to say it wasn't close, but it wasn't like last year. Okay. Team stats, first downs. Virginia Tech had 24. Miami only had 15. Why does that say UNC? These dumbasses, they got that crap wrong. Oh. Here we go. I want to look at this. All right, so Johnson had 11 rushes for 100 yards and a touchdown. James had 15 for 50 yards. Morris was 13 of 28, 170 yards and 2 touchdowns. And apparently they had morons working at the athletic department in the media center because they're all screwed up there. I just noticed that. Sorry about that. As far as receiving goes, Scott had 3 for 50, Walford 2 for 56, Dorsett 2 for 20. Hearns got in the action. He was 2 catches for 21 yards and a touchdown. Miami did have 2 interceptions, one by Gunter and one by Gaines. And tackles, Johnson had 6 of 5, Paul 8 0. Okay. So, why is my stuff so screwed up? I must have been smoking the. I do apologize. All right, next game. Miami is 5-4. They should be 3-3 in this. Anyway, taking on Virginia. I feel like this thing is crashing and burning. Virginia comes in 3-6. 1-4 in the ACC. And surprise, surprise, Virginia wins 41-40. Yeah, Miami would be. Yeah, Miami comes in 4th. Okay, so I was right. I don't know what happened to my head here. All right. So, as you can see, Miami had the lead going into the 4th quarter, but then Virginia just come back. Damn, Virginia. So looking at the team stats here. Miami had 20 first downs, Virginia 27. Miami had 233 yards rushing, Virginia had 94. But again, Virginia 388 yards passing to Miami's 187. Virginia was 40 of 52 on passing. You know, that's wow. Miami 18 of 26. Miami did have a fumble and lost it. Penalties weren't that bad. 3rd down conversion, 4-10 for Miami. 9 of 14 for Virginia. So in this game, as you can see, Duke Johnson had a school record, 373 all-purpose yards. It was the 4th most in ACC history. He also had a personal best with 155 yards. 55. How do you have 50? 150? Okay. He also had a second kick return for a touchdown. At the time, his 2 kick returns Duke Johnson tied Tim Morgan from 73 to 76, Otis Anderson 75 to 78, and Devin Hester 03 to 05. So that's pretty good company. Also, Duke was only the 3rd FBS player since 2000 with a touchdown pass, a kickoff return for a touchdown. Thought that was pretty cool. The defense for Miami picked up its 3rd safety of the season. Excuse me. Yeah, so in Mars, he was 17 of 25 for 179. Duke, like I said, he had that halfback pass for a touchdown. Dorsett, 103 yards receiving. And as far as Virginia goes, the name of their game was passing. I mean, you had Rocco, 29 of 37 for 300. Sims, 11 of 14 for 88. Terrell, their receiver for Virginia, had 9 receptions for 127. And as you can see, they just, I mean, wow. They were throwing the ball and catching it. I mean, thank God Mr. Duke had his game. All the stuff he did, or it'd probably been really bad. As far as defense goes, Gianni Paul, that's a career high 14 tackles. And Mr. Jimmy Gaines had a career high 12 tackles. Chicolo had 2 sacks. Miami had 5 tackles for loss, 28. Nobody got a sack for Virginia, but they had 3 tackles for losses for 4 yards. All right. Now, look, we're going to take halftime for just a second. And you know what that means when it's halftime. I got to go pee. I'll be right back.
Educated, but I'm so frustrated. Hello to my loneliness. I guess that ignorance is bliss. Take me back to before the new. Rewind, take it out of cue. Innocence can be a young man's game. Signed up for the hall of shame. I wish I knew how much I miss. Out, but the sky is gray. What would happen if I took a chance? It's always hard at first glance. I don't wanna, but I know I gotta do it. The truth is hard to swallow. I think I'll chew it. Wish I knew.
All right, I'm back. Sorry about that. Okay. Let me get everything back to where it needs to be. Okay. Now, next game, South Florida. Miami is 5-5. Excuse me. taking on the 3-6 South Florida Bulls. Wasn't even close. Miami come out, took care of business. USF, South Florida only had 3 field goals. But as you can see, South Florida had 22 first downs to Miami's 22 first downs. USF had 154 yards rushing, but Miami had only 85. But Miami had 463 yards passing to USF's 24. USF did have 2 interceptions. They had a fumble, lost it. Miami had 2 fumbles and lost one of them. Third down conversion, Miami was 7 of 14. What the hell did I do? Sorry about that. I don't know what I did. All right. USF was 3 of 14. All right. Some personal game notes here. As you can see, Stephen Morris had 413 yards. He is only the second Miami quarterback to record 3 400-yard games in his career so far. He second to Gino Toretta. Clive Walford, where y'all at? With Walford, Waters, and Dorsett all getting over 100 yards. That's the first time Miami had 3 100-yard receivers in a game since at least 1981. Jay Active, hello there. How you doing? Also, Dorsett with his 12 receptions ties the most in school history. That's pretty cool. Willie Smith, that ties him. He had tied that with Willie Smith. He had 12 catches against Maryland in '84. All right. So that's pretty cool. Then, of course, Herb Walters. Here we go. His longest of 87 yards. In the third, it was the 6th longest reception in UM history. So that's pretty cool. And then here, this is pretty cool stuff. Walters, 130 yards receiving was the most by a Miami freshman since Reggie Wayne had 137 back in September of '97. Pretty good, pretty good. Jay Active. I don't think we've seen you around here before, but we're glad to have you. We have a new person, so y'all be nice to Mr. J Active, okay? Y'all be nice to him. Glad to have you, buddy. Glad to have you. So, now that I've gone through all that, as you can see, Johnson had 66 yards rushing. Mr. James had 25. They had 85 yards altogether. But like I said, when Morris is 21 of 32, 413 yards. He had 3 touchdowns. The longest one was 87, which was to Herb. He was sacked 3 times, so that kind of helps you out. You know what I mean? We went through the receiving yards. As far as South Florida goes, Floyd was 20 of 35. He had 2 interceptions. He had 175 yards. The rushers, Dimitri Murray, had 108. As far as receiving goes, looks like Victor Mark was the leading receiver for USF. He had 57. But man, it was basically the Dorsett, Waters, and Walford hour. You know, I mean, what do you do with that? You can't do much with that, you know. As far as defense goes, for USF, they had 4 sacks. Barrington, Webster, Giddens, and Lee and they had 6 tackles for loss for 31 yards. Unfortunately, Miami did not get a sack, but they had 4 tackles for loss. All right, here we are. Last game of the 2012 season. Because remember, Miami self-imposed a bowl ban because they didn't know what was going on with the NCAA. So Miami's coming to this game 6-5, 4-3 in conference. Duke is coming in 6-5, 3-4 in conference. What could have happened? There it is. Miami wins 52-45. It was crazy. So doom this 52 points. Well, I take that back. This is a crazy game note right here. This is the first time Miami won its final game of the season. Now, this is including bowl games. First time Miami won the final game of the season for the first time since beating Nevada in the MPC Bowl back in 2006. That was December 31st of 2006. And this is Miami scored at least 40 points for the 3rd consecutive game and for the 6th time this season. Now, my first thought is, man, if that defense could have held a little bit, we'd have been all right. Anyway, the 52 points that Miami scored were the most since the 52-17 win over Virginia way back at 2009. Bam. Looking at the stats, team stats, Miami had 22 first downs. Duke had 30. Miami had 248 yards rushing. Duke had 151. Passing, Miami had through 398. Duke had 432. Miami was 16 of 27 on passing. Duke was 36 of 62. Oh my gosh, all they did was throw the ball. But they did get some good rushing yards. No interceptions this game, so that's good. Duke did fumble the ball, but they recovered it. They did not lose it. No turnovers for Miami this game. 3rd down conversion, though. Miami was only 4-12. Duke was 6 of 18. Duke Duke went off. He had 16 rushes for 176 yards. James had 17 for 67. And, of course, Crawford, Dallas had 3 for 13, gave him the 248. Morris was 15 of 25 for 369, 3 touchdowns. His longest pass was 72 yards, which was a touchdown pass to James, by the way. But he was sacked twice. Dallas got in there and threw the ball up a little bit. He was 1 of 1, 29 yards. And then Duke, he went to try to throw it, but he made an incompleted pass. Excuse me. As far as receiving goes, Walford had 99, which is probably more than the whole tight end room had last year, but we don't digress on that. Dorsett, 83. Mike James, 97. Mr. Waters. I don't know why I said Walters. Waters, 65. So altogether, 398, and the ball was passed around pretty well. Also, Walford, James, and Waters had 3 touchdown each for 3 total. As far as Duke goes, they kind of passed the ball. They kind of gave the ball around on rushing. Renfrey, he was 36 of 59 for 432. He did have a 99-yard touchdown pass. He was sacked Connick came in. He was 0 for 3. Vernon, which was the recipient of that 90. No, Crowder. Crowder's the one that got the 99-yard pass. He had 203 yards. And Vernon had 109. So, yeah. Crazy stats. Our pass defense was a little suspect this year. So, with that being, well, no, we're not through yet. Hang on, let's look at the defense. Don't forget about the defense. So, Perryman, another double-digit sack game. Pierre and McCord both had sacks. Miami's defense had 3 tackles for loss for 11 yards. Loss. Fox and Woodruff for Duke, they had sacks, so they had 2 sacks. And Duke had 5 tackles for loss. The 646 yards of total offense was the third most by Miami. Was the third most in program history and most since totaling 689 against UCLA in 1998. I remember that game too. Yeah. And then Duke Johnson set a freshman rushing record for Miami this season with 947 rushing yards. He passed Clinton Portis from 99. Clinton Portis had that record originally back in 99. And that's the end of that slideshow. All right. So that basically concludes the 2012 season. Now we are going to move into the postseason stats. Let me get my notebook out. Get my handy dandy notebook. Y'all give me just a second so I can get these slides situated here. Boop, 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 boom. Do, 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 do. All right, let me bring that up a little bit. All right. So here we go. So these are the final standings in the ACC. I believe this is the year that Miami could have went to the ACC championship because I believe North Carolina was on probation, I think. So they could not participate in postseason activities. And of course, Miami beat Georgia Tech. So if I read, I remember there was a year. I didn't remember if it was this year or the next season, but according to the ACC media guide, it was this year. So Miami finished 7-5, 5-3 in ACC. And looking at, let me go ahead and make this a little bigger here. There we go. So that way everybody can see it. Looking at some season stats here. Miami outscored their opponent by 11 points. They averaged just about 1 point a game. All right. Unfortunately, the opponents had about 70 more first downs than Miami. Rushing yardage, Miami was outgained 2,600 to 1,700. Boom, boom, boom. But Miami outpassed them 35 to 3,200. They only had 7 interceptions on the year, so that's not bad. Not bad at all. Excuse me. total offense for the year, Miami had almost 5,300 yards. The opponents had 5,800. And was there anything? Yeah, there she is. On the year, Miami was 39% on third down, 67 to 170. The opponent was 42%. But Miami was almost 50% on fourth down, so that ain't bad. They had 13 sacks, but the offense gave up 18 sacks. Let's see. They scored 45 touchdowns, gave up 44. So looking at the individual stats here, like I said, Duke finished the year with 947 yards. His freshman year with 10 touchdowns. Mike James finishes at 621. Passing, Mr. Morris in his first full season, he 25 of 421. He had 7 interceptions, but he had 21 touchdown passes and 3,300 yards, 3,345. Mr. Williams got some duty because, Morris had his ankle and this and that. He had 137 yards, 15 of 20. Receiving, ball was spread around pretty well. Dorsett had the 58 receptions for 842. Rashawn Scott, 512. Mike James, 344. Walford, 451. Rayshawn and Mike had 3 touchdowns. We had no punt returns for touchdowns, but Duke Johnson returned 2 kickoffs this year for touchdown. The longest was 95 yards. As far as the defense goes, Shayon Green led the defense with 67 tackles. Perryman comes in a close second at 64. Gianni Paul not far behind at third with 61. Mr. Johnson, 59. Gaines, 57. McGee, 54. Rogers, 54. And so forth and so on. Interceptions. Miami did pull off 11 interceptions. Gaines and McGee tied 2 each. Perryman did have 1 return for a touchdown. He had a 41-yard interception return for a touchdown. And that's basically it. That is it for 2012. So far, Golden is 13-11 overall after 2 years. 8-8 in the ACC. I'm not trying to insinuate. I'm not trying to imply anything. I'm just giving you the numbers. And in my personal opinion, if the defense, and I'm not putting it all on the defense, but the defense was kind of giving up some yards. But then again, Notre Dame and Kansas State were hellified teams. So, yeah, that was that. Oh, no, I just did something I did not want to do. All right, y'all bear with me for just a second. I got rid of something I didn't want to, or I closed something I did not want to close. All right, there you are. Let's see here. Stop that. All right. Now, I just realized something. The other thing I wanted to do, I did not do it. Son of a gun. All right. Okay, y'all gonna have to give me just a second. You got to give me just a second because I have got to do this because I worked on this today. So y'all just talk amongst yourself while I get this going here. All right. Y'all are going to like it, I promise you. If I'm not mistaken, I think I told y'all this last week. Oh, I think y'all may have saw it. I don't know. All right. Y'all know what time it is.
Upgrade, downgrade?
That's right. Dang it. Why didn't it play the music?
No music.
Where was the music? Okay. Hang on. Let's try that again. Hang on. No, it didn't do the music. Oh well, we got the fancy graphic. All right, we got the fancy graphic, but I did have I had like a little game show music on there too. I was going to surprise y'all with it, but for some reason I forgot to do it. But anyway, so yeah, that'll be our new graphic, and I will have the sound next time, I promise. All right, upgrade, downgrade, everybody's favorite game. Matter of fact, we are still working feverishly on a at-home version of upgrade, downgrade, so you can play with friends, family, neighbors, you know. Or maybe you can start your own YouTube Live upgrade, downgrade game show. And this is another. I have to give credit to Cuban. Cuban has come up with some wonderful ideas. I give all the credit to Cuban. So if you don't like it, you blame Cuban, not me. All right. Let me shut up. Let me add this to the screen. What I'm going to do is I'm going to make it full screen so everybody can see it. Oh, let me do this here. All right. So let's look, I guess, since I'm using the preseason depth chart and basically y'all been listening to me. Ooh, it's only been 2 hours. Hey, we did pretty good. Okay, let's start at the top of the list, and you have receiving group, and that consists of Hearns, Dorsett, Rayshon Scott, Waters, Kendall Tompkins. What say you, Cuban?
What was the position again?
Wide receiver from 2012.
Let's see. Hearns. Okay, that's just a dumb question. Don't even ask me. Just keep going. This is the first two: Allen Hearns and Dorsett. Keep going down.
And then on the other side, you got Tompkins, Scott, and Waters.
Those forwards start right now.
Easy. But I'm hoping them young guys, well, if they get developed, but okay. Offensive line for 2012.
Don't even ask me, just skip it.
Okay. This is
Brandon Linder, NFL, okay, you have 3 NFL guys there. Flowers was first round, Linder was second round, Feliciano was third round, McDermott was 6th round, and Bunch didn't play. But Isadora is an NFL guy. Mm-hmm. I only see 2 NFL guys in our line right now.
Well, and also Flowers was a freshman. Feliciana McDermott were redshirt sophomores. You know, Isadora was a freshman. So, I mean, it was still, you know, they were kind of young also. But anyway. Ooh, this is going to be a good one. Quarterback.
I'm a Stephen Morris fan. I'm sorry.
Don't feel bad. He's one of my favorites too. So
yeah, outside of Kenny Dorsey, Stephen Morris is number 2 for me.
Oh yeah. Oh.
I just don't know anybody else that's passed him.
Right. And as of right now, since we don't know what Cam's going to look like in game time performance, and I don't want to judge anybody based on the spring game because that's not fair to anybody. But I think right now, tax day, I have to go with Morris.
And I, you know, I don't know if Ward is going to be equal. I don't think Ward's going to get past Ward, but I need Ward to be better than King.
Yeah.
So that's my guy, King.
Now this is interesting. Running back room.
Yeah, I can't. I gotta go. It's just dumb. Next question, sir. Because you got to think we're looking for transfer portal running backs right now.
Right.
Mike James and Duke and Dallas Crawford.
But do you think if you was to put Fletcher in the DeLorean and send him to 2012 and take Duke Johnson's place, do you think Fletcher would have the same success? Now, again, Duke Johnson is the all-time leading rusher at Miami. So I'm just asking.
I don't know.
I have to take, I mean, just because Duke's the leading rusher and, you know, Fletcher, we don't even know the extent of his foot injury.
I'm not trying to put rumors out there, but when he got injured, I was like, that's an Achilles or that's a plant of footer plant.
That plantar teres thingy. Yeah.
So I'm like, those are 2 injuries that are very difficult. And if you ever, I'm not saying I'm not even gonna put that out there. It's gonna be tough for him to come back. And if he does come back, he's not gonna be the same. I mean, you saw the spring game. What's the kid, Citizen, right?
Yeah.
He looked like a fullback. He looked slow, like he couldn't, you know.
Yeah.
Well,
and then again, it was his, you know, he just come back from his injury being out for 2 years. So not making excuses for Trevante, but, you know, again, it's a game type situation and they really haven't been in that much, you know. But yeah, I still have yet to hear anything on what happened to Fletcher's foot. But with him still being out, I would have to agree with you, Cuban. He has that Bill Walton injury.
Yeah.
So, man, that's tough. I mean, I hate to interrupt the game, but we're going to pause the game for a second and kind of go off on a tangent. But with that being said, Katie, because I trust you, Katie. I trust Cuban. I trust y'all, the U Fellowship. I trust y'all's late breaking news. Okay, it's just the other knuckleheads I don't trust. But I would think with, you know, being enlightened with that information, and thank you, Katie, Fletcher might as well redshirt this season.
Ooh.
I mean, because if you're going to go out and get a portal running back, you know, and just not just, you know, take away the success of the team, but, you know, if Fletcher comes back too early and re-injures that, he could be crippled, dude. You know, it just my opinion. The young Fletcher just needs to just give him the year off. Make sure he's 100% because, see, you're messing with this young man's life, his quality of life. You know, and that's all I'll say on that. But and if the offensive line does what they need to do, we have capable running backs as long as they are utilized properly. Okay, let's unpause the game. Let's get back into our game.
Where's the music at?
Let's see. I think we're going to move over to the defense.
No
I'm
music?
not going to even go to tight ends. We're not going to even get into.
No music to resume the game?
No music to resume the game. I apologize.
Tight end?
Tight end, we're not going to even get into.
Yeah, Walford isn't he the leading tight end?
I believe so. I believe so. Makes losing DC Jr. and Parrish look like more. And you're right, Katie. You know, it is, but.
Damn, she's right. Now that I think about it, oh man, wow. Yeah, we did lose Chaney and Parrish. Shit.
But, I mean, it's just, we'll see. We'll see. We'll see.
All right.
All right.
Defense.
So, defensive line.
I have to go down. I'll
Chickalo, Robinson, Pierre, Green, McCord.
Yeah, it's not a good line. I'll go what we currently have now.
Yeah. All right. Linebackers.
Okay, so this is a tricky one because Eddie Johnson was just as good as Denzel Perryman, but he got kicked off the team.
Right.
Raymond Buchanan was good.
Well, I mean, right now, I mean, I know Basaint had a good showing at the spring game, but you know, until we see a product on the field, you know, official game time stuff, I'm gonna have to take 2012 be an upgrade. That's just my opinion.
Yeah.
But it's close. It's close. All right. So defensive backs. I mean, if you want to do cornerbacks and then safety, it is what it is. But again, me personally, I don't know what the defensive backfield is going to look like. I don't even know who the safety is going to be.
Yeah, but I'll go with our current corner. Yeah, man, we have weak cornerbacks. We have weak cornerbacks.
I mean, honestly, though, with the cornerbacks, I'm going to say 2012 would be a downgrade. I'd have to take this year's cornerbacks. Now,
our current. I'll go with our current.
Now, safeties, I'll take 2012.
No,
just because, for me personally, I don't know who the safety's going to be.
But Deion Bush and Rayshawn Jenkins really didn't play that much. They're freshmen. Maybe next year when you do this next year, yes, but not this year. Does that make sense?
It does. But
because the starters were Rodgers and Vaughn, Telemac.
Right, but the thing is, I don't know what we're going to have this year. That's the whole problem. I honestly, I can't make a fair comparison just because we don't know anything. But this secondary was giving up some pretty big passing yardage. So
yeah, I'll go with our current.
Yeah, I'll agree. I'll agree. I'll take this year's defensive backfield over then. So, well, all right. Well, that's basically 2012 in a nutshell. I almost said something else and had to go pause, but so next year, let me get rid of this. I don't need this anymore. Crap, I wanted all of them to close. There we go. So next year, we are looking at the 2013 team. And I'm sure some of you fine folks will probably remember one thing about that 2013 team is they went 7-0 to start the season. I should have said spoiler alert, but it's Golden's third year. All right. Right now, after 2 years, Golden is 13-11, not 12-13 or whatever the hell it is. Miami does work themselves from unranked to number 7 by the end of October, 1st of November. I've said enough. I've said enough. I don't want to give away next week's show.
Are we still working on the pillars?
I believe so. I mean, the pillars was part of, Golden's mantra that he brought that culture. The pillar culture is what he was known for. Hell, I think there was an ESPN special on SportsCenter about it or some crap like that. I don't know. But I will say this. The 2013 season is kind of like the tales of two cities. That's all I'm going to say. But it was Golden's third year. It was probably his best year. Okay. But, it is what it is. So now that the show is officially over, I want to show y'all something. I was looking at this earlier. All right, I'm going to share this screen. No, I don't want that one. All right, I want to add this one. So now I'm going to have, this is my opinion, okay? This is my opinion. Okay. Whose stats do you think this is?
Whose stats?
Whose stats are these? If you look at it, you'll know who it is right off the bat. It's a quarterback.
I got it. Jakuri.
Okay, exactly. So, with these talking heads talking all this noise, I said, you know what? I want to look at the numbers. Because you know how we are, Cuban. We look at numbers. Okay? And yes, the numbers don't lie, but they don't always tell the whole story. So I looked, and I said, so right here on screen, we have Mr. Brown's numbers. He got put into the Florida State game. He was 5 of 9, 37 yards. He did have an interception, but my gosh, man, he's a true freshman in a no-win situation. But he comes out at Georgia Tech, and if y'all remember that, I know I'm jumping ahead, but I got to say this. I have to say my piece on this. I can't stay silent forever. He went to Georgia Tech, and if you remember correctly, the offense was anemic. They hadn't scored a touchdown in, what was it, Cuban? 2 games?
Yeah.
You know? He comes out, and he is 14 of 19 for 136 and three touchdowns. All right. Now, the next week against Clemson, I mean, Clemson was a different team in 2022. All right. And then in Pittsburgh, he kind of got some mop-up duties. Now, what I'll do is I'm going to pull up that Clemson game and show the stats on it. So, as you can see, Jakari was 6 of 13 for 53. Mr. Jake Garcia was 3 of 5 for 15 yards. Now, Mr. Brown had an interception. Again, true freshman, second game, no-win situation. You know, Clemson was a good team then. They were a good team. And I believe TVD was hurt. And it was just shambles. All right. Now there is a method to this madness. Y'all just stick around for the ride. It's kind of like the Wonkatania and Willy Wonka in the Chocolate Factory, the boat ride. Okay, and then with Pittsburgh, Mr. Brown was 2 of 3 for 4 yards. But let's look at it. He basically came in for, like, I don't want to say mop-up duty, but Garcia basically had the game. He was playing the game. Miami they just got pummeled. They was 42 to 16. But it was Garcia got in there. Van Dyke had an interception. Brown had an interception. So it was kind of like he really didn't play it. Okay. And of course, we all know about the Rutgers game. Okay, the poor dude, he ain't been on the field in a year and some change, and he gets the nod. So technically, as far as I'm concerned, Mr. Brown has only played 2 games. Georgia Tech and Rutgers. Okay? Now again, this is not poking at anybody. I am not picking on players. I am not insulting players. I'm just giving you numbers. Okay? Now, we look at Mr. Emery, which I think is going to be a good one as he progresses through and gets experience. Now, all this is directed at all these savior of South Beach. You know, Emery should be number 2 because of this. Mr. Brown should be 4th string or get out of town because of this. Y'all know what I'm talking about, right? Y'all have heard it. Y'all have seen it. Okay. Now, Mr. Williams, you know, he had some mop-up duty against Miami of Ohio. He had some mop-up duty against Bethune. But he's really only played 2 games. Yeah, he came out, played Clemson. I guarantee at least half of those completions were wide receiver screens. Okay. I mean, he did good. He had 1 interception. He had 1 touchdown. He was a good game manager. He was a true freshman. Okay. And they won the Clemson game, but then he comes out against Florida State. Now, granted, it's Florida State, but the old 8 for 23, he had 2 interceptions. Looking at the box score, yeah, y'all know Miami lost 27 to 20, 7-point loss. But, you know, Emory as well, I mean, he's a true freshman. Okay? Now, and the reason why I bring this up is for I don't understand why, I have yet to understand why these people do not want Jakari to play.
Well, let me ask you a question. If you started Emory Williams game 1, what would have been the record last year? Seven and 6.
No.
Would have beat Georgia Tech, Miami, Ohio.
I think
State. That's 3.
Honestly, I'm gonna be honest with you. If you would have, and honestly, truth be told, this could probably go. Well, no, I mean, because Emory was a true freshman.
Yeah, I know.
Okay, he was still wet behind the ears. I think Miami could have got another. I think they could have probably.
So let's go over the schedule. Miami, Ohio, win.
Hang on.
I have it here.
You got it? Okay.
Yeah. Miami, Ohio, win.
Yeah.
All right. Texas A&M, he would have lost. All right. Emory, we're talking about Emory starting. Bethune-Cookman,
right?
That's 2-1. Temple, 3-1. He would have beat Georgia Tech 4-1. Lost to North Carolina 5-2. He beat Clemson 6.
Well, hold on. With North Carolina, I still think.
I need you to listen to me right quick, okay?
Okay,
There's
go ahead.
a channel right now. They are doing Rise of the Fall, right? And if you look at Rise of the Fall, there's 2 teams that constantly beat our ass. I'll let you pick the 2 teams. So.
Yeah.
That's
okay, I got you.
Yeah. But go ahead. You were going to say sorry.
Well, no, I'm just saying as far as the North Carolina game, if Emory would have been in there, would they have had the turn? Well, I mean, Matt Lee turned the ball over on a bad snap, but you know, yeah, you're right. They still lost. They'd have still lost because there was no adjustments made. Yeah, North Carolina would have been a loss. Continue.
So that's what 6-2, right?
Yeah. Yes.
Clemson, we won the game. Emory won the game 7-2. He won Virginia, right?
He did not play Virginia. Let me double check. Hang on. Nope. Van Dyke played against Virginia.
He would have beat Virginia, right?
Yeah.
So we're 7-2. I think he would have beat NC State.
Yeah, he would have.
We would have lost to Florida State.
Yeah.
8-3, lost to Louisville. 8-4, would have beat Boston College. Right?
Yeah. So that makes us 9-4.
9-4. I'm not going to put the bowl game.
So yeah, Emory, about 2 wins.
Yeah, with Emory would have, and I think with Jakari would have been the same thing. Like I've said, I don't know why we started TVD. It made no sense. We would have got the same or better result with either quarterback. Right.
And, you know, last season I said that when TVD went down, I said my opinion was they should have let Jakari play. I mean, I know he was wanting the red shirt and all this stuff, but I think they should have just let Jakari play just to give him some experience, stay fresh, not get too rusty. You're not really messing with your red shirt. But yeah, I agree. Whether you had Jakari or Emery in, yeah, you're looking at about a 9-win season
and
at least.
Development.
Yes. And please, y'all, anybody who's watching now or in the future, don't get it twisted, as the cool kids say. Emery's going to be good. He just needs time. Jakari is good. He needs on-field experience.
No, so this is where I think this is where we need to have the debate, right?
Yes.
We have to look at the coach and his style. Emery fits what Mario wants.
And that's what scares me.
He wants check down, traditional. That's why I favor Emery over Jakari, is because that's what Mario wants. He wants a smart guy, dump down, give it to you, like the Ken Dorsey type player. That's what he wants. He doesn't want an explosive guy. Jakari would have fit better under Manny and Rhett Lashlee. He doesn't fit well under this regime.
Okay, well, let me ask you this question. If that's the case, why did they spend $975,000 for Cam Ward, which is basically Jakari on crack? And what I mean is it's like Jakari to the 10th power. It's the same with just more experience.
Right.
Why not save the money and let Emery get in there? Take your lumps.
Well, yeah, that one I cannot answer, but I don't think Ward is a running quarterback. I think because remember, he's doing this not for the NFL, right?
True.
So he doesn't have the ability to say, all right, I'm going to scramble, whatever. It's like, no, I need to show my passing, like I can pass the ball. So that's why I think it's a little bit different.
So with that being said, you bring up a good point. I just had a thought, Cuban. So, from what we've seen, what we've been told, the highlights that have been portrayed is Cam is an improviser. He kind of has shades of the Randall Cunningham, Michael Vick, Tebow, just kind of on the fly. Okay, now, do you think with him trying to get on an NFL team, do you think changing or having that in his head, do you think that's going to compromise his game as a quarterback?
Yes. That's a tough one.
In other words, it's almost like trying to have a person with the talents of a Michael Vick become a quarterback with the talents of a Dan Marino, John Elway, etc.
But he's not that type of player.
Right. That's what I'm saying. I mean, do you think that's in his head? Do you think that's in his mind that he has to become, even like Jalen Hurts or well, then I take that back because you got what's his face at Kansas City? I don't know. And I guess what the question is does Cam stay Cam and play like Cam, or does Cam try to modify his game in order to be an NFL quarterback? Does that make any sense?
That makes sense. That makes sense. It's just, I just don't know. Yeah.
I mean, and again, I'm not expecting you to, but it's just kind of it's almost rhetorical. It's, in other words, it's another wrinkle, you
Right.
know, because I mean, yeah, you have these running quarterbacks, your Lamar Jacksons, et cetera, in the NFL. Mahomes, Kansas City. But, do you think, I'm just wondering if anybody is in Cam's ear saying, hey, you may want to just try to be more of a passer or whatever. Or maybe Cam goes out there and plays like Cam knows how to play at Miami, and maybe he's just using Miami as, an upgrade scenario to help him in the NFL. I don't know. I really don't know. I mean, I just hope that he does as well as we all know he can. But again, the reason why I brought those numbers up between Ja'Carri and Emory is just to kind of, honestly, truth be told, I'm not going to lie. Right now, the only thing that's making me like Ja'Carri as QB2 and Emory as QB3 is because Ja'Carri has an extra year at Miami. That's all. He's had an extra year of practices and scrimmages, but I just don't see. I'm just trying to wrap my mind on trying to understand the logic of these talking heads that say Ja'Carri should be below Poffenberger and Emory. That's all.
Yeah.
Because like I said earlier in the broadcast, I'm still trying to figure out what in the world did Ja'Carri do to make all these people say what they've saying about him. And again, I know it's not everybody, but it's the majority, the ones who get the checks and the ones who are, you have these corporate YouTube channels, that's all. I just want to see things be done fairly. That's all.
But yeah, I mean, so
exactly.
But it's because people are talking to me on Twitter, and I'm like doing two things at one time. Because there's one person saying, Manny had bad defense. No shit, because we were running a spread offense, and the defense on the field the whole damn time. Of course, it's gonna be tight, right? There was no depth
right
back then, right? But it's the same thing as going for now, right? It's like let's look at two games, right? Let's look at the Clemson game and let's look at the Rutgers game, right?
Right.
Mario had Emory starting, and he was like, "Hey, Emory, just dink and dunk all over the field.
Yeah, be a game manager.
I want you. We want to run the ball. We want to, that's what he wants to do. He doesn't want to put the game in the quarterback's hand. He doesn't trust the quarterbacks. So when it came to the Rutgers game, you had Ja'Carri running around making plays.
Right.
Mario wants to do that. He wants to hand it off. He wants a running game. So I know the dumbass streeters like, oh, Ja'Carri looks better in practice. That's fine, but that's not what Mario wants. Mario wants a guy to hand. I think, my opinion, I think he got Cam Moore to save his job.
It's funny you say that. It is funny you say that because I think we talked about this a while back about if Mario, Manny 2.0, or Manny the second We'll call him Manny the Second.
Well, yeah, his name is Manny. Also.
Manny the Second. If he gets 10 wins, we were talking about whether or not he'd still be at Miami the next year or he'd be out of here because he knows what's coming down the pipe. Yes, you did. And it's a great point. It's a great point. But yeah, I mean, it's year 3. Okay. And if you just go back and look at the history in the last 20 years, year 3, with the exception of Rick, because Rick was the anomaly. All right. Year 3 was the best year of the last, Diaz, Manny the First, Golden, Shannon. Okay. That was their best year. And it got.
What about Rick? Rick was year 2, right?
Yeah. And again, Rick was an anomaly.
Mm-hmm.
Not taking anything against Rick, nothing away from Rick, but in my opinion, the time that Rick was there, it was different. And I'm not saying because Rick was the coach, but it's like the 2017 season. I said it before. It's like the ball bounced Miami's way for once. Miami was making the catches. Miami was winning the games. The Langham catch against Georgia Tech for the first down on the sideline. What was that? Langham making the touchdown for against Florida State. But again, they shit the bed against Pittsburgh and so forth. Coach Hayes, holy crap, we better behave. But yeah, I mean, yeah, and back to what you were saying, talking about Mario wants that certain type of quarterback. The only thing is, my first thought was that contradicts what Cam Ward is. But then again, when you talked about Cam Ward could be a chance for Mario to prolong his tenure, I understand that too. I mean, it's crazy, man. It's crazy. It's crazy.
People were laughing at me on Coach Hayes show when I Coach Hayes on Shad show when I said it, right? And I'm like, if he goes, Coach Hayes not gonna like this. If he goes 11-1, loses to Duke, Coach Hayes will. I wonder if that happens. Who's gonna flip now? If we go 11-1 and we lose to Duke on the last second field goal, and Manny, pulling out the chain, and we go 11-1. That would be the most hilarious thing.
It's no different than Miami losing to Butch Davis in North Carolina.
That's true. But if Mario goes 11-1, he's either going to go to a new program, he's going to go to the NFL. Call me crazy, but the thing is, all right, so let's think about it. When Mario was hired, what did they promise him? $100 million facility.
Yeah.
Year 3, that $100 million facility has not been built yet. Year 4, that $100 million facility might never get built, right?
Right.
So let's say Michigan has a bad season.
Right.
Michigan's going to come calling if Miami has a good season.
You think so?
Hell yes. Let's say Michigan has, or name X big program. I don't know which coach is in the hot seat, but big program X has a lot of money, right? That is in a solid conference. They're going to come after them.
Well, let me throw this out since we're talking like this. What happens if that Washington coach doesn't pan out at Alabama?
That could happen too. This is, again, just in case anybody's listening to this is if Mario has a 10 or 11 game. If he has an undefeated season, he is definitely gone. I'm telling you right now, he's not staying here. He's definitely leaving. Right? If he goes 11-1, we have to be careful. And we're gonna. And I hate saying this because I think we're gonna start all over again.
Well, and you know the crazy thing, Cuban, it's not really isolated to Mario. I mean, that seems to be the way things are now.
In today's college football, yes, because this whole transfer portal and
right.
I think
right. You know, I mean, you look at, I mean, just with Miami football, okay, Schnellenberger, he came in 5-year plan. His 5th year, they win the national championship. What happens? He decides he wants to go be the coach for a USFL team. That never happened.
Al Golden, the 5 pillars of success.
Yeah. Jimmy Johnson goes to the Cowboys. You know, Dennis Erickson, he leaves. Of course, he kind of probably knew what was about to happen, but
I got another.
You know, Butch Davis.
I got another one. If Ohio State wins the championship or they have a bad season, they're going to either the coach is going to get fired or he's going to the NFL.
And you know, that's
Ohio State could be looking for a new coach by the end of the year. And
I mean,
who's Ohio State biggest pet peeve? Mario Cristobal.
But again, that Ryan Day, I mean, he's like what, 60-3 or some shit like that. But I understand what you're talking about.
But Ohio State want the fans want him fired because he keeps losing to Michigan. So if Ohio State loses to Michigan, they're going to fire Ryan Day. Right?
And that's crazy.
And
that's crazy.
Again, I'm saying if Mario goes 11 and whatever, Ohio State's going to come knocking on the door.
Oh, now I mean, I'm not gonna argue that. I mean, if Mario has some success, and when I mean success, I'm talking
11+ wins playoffs.
Yeah, if he or I'll even go a step further. If he goes 10 wins and gets in the playoff,
because Miami playoffs is different than Florida State and Florida. That's a whole different marketing. That's a whole. You're gonna have ESPN constantly talking about you, right?
But what I'm getting at is if Miami comes out, let's say they win 10 games, 2024, 10 games, and go to the playoff. There's going to be some Avon is going to be calling for Mario. There's going to be some knocks on the door.
Right. Oh, and look what Katie said. That's true what Katie said. When John Reese said he was going to build a stadium, right? There was a lot of promises made. And this is year 3. We're not getting no stadium no time soon, right? But, you know, so let's sorry to go off track. Mario goes 11-1, right?
And now if he goes, say 10-1 say he goes 10-2, goes to the playoffs this year, regardless of playoff record.
You have to reduce
regardless.
Yes.
You know, there's going to be people knocking on the door. Okay. Well, now in 2025,
before we go to even knocking on door, let's say he goes 10-2. He's going to go to Miami administration and say, "Hey, I want a new contract." Now you have to pay him 10, 11, 12 a year and give him just like Jimbo Fisher. Now you're gonna have to give him another 10-year contract. So he's instead of making 8 million per year, he's probably gonna make 10. So it's gonna be $100 million contract for 10 years, give or take, right? And he's going to demand to have the on-practice facility built and maybe push for a stadium. And I don't think Miami could offer that. If Miami can't offer that, there's going to be other programs that are going to say, "We'll give you the 10 to 12 million. We have our facilities already. That's not going to bother us." We're talking about money now. Forget loyalty to programs and all that stuff. Talking about real money now. Your thoughts?
Anyway,
I do.
so, you know, like I said, I mean,
so
if Mario goes, say, 10-2, if goes to the playoffs, you know, there's some feelers being put out. But then in 2025, let's say he goes 11-1.
2024.
Well, 2024, say 10-2.
Oh, we're
it just makes it to the
yeah.
playoffs.
Yeah,
just makes it to the playoffs.
Yeah.
Okay, people are going to start knocking on that door. Okay, but if in 2025, if Miami goes, say, 11-1 and kind of goes deep into the playoff, say Final Four, maybe semifinal, don't quote, I'm just throwing
playoffs, that's fine.
Hypothetical. Okay. Then you're going to really hear some people knocking on the door, because let's be honest. If Miami wins 10 games in 2024, that will only be the second time Miami has had 10-win seasons since 2003.
And you, the agent of Mario, what are you telling the AD?
Well, honestly, I think if he can do it, if he can have double-digit wins 3 in a row, all right? Because I just don't think the university, I mean,
you're worrying about, I'm worrying about 1 year. This is not the college football we grew up on, where, you know, this is,
I know,
we're playing year by year now, right?
I don't think Miami can get that. I don't know. I'm not down there like y'all are, but it's almost like, you know, when they got the money for Mario to come here, I'm not real familiar with, I mean, they didn't have car washes at the parking lot of the Heck Center to raise money.
No,
but
so this is the thing. So I know people think that I'm a Mario hater, but Mario Miami, it's what scares the nation. If Mario gets the recruiting now and gets Miami where it needs to be, that's it for college football. Like, you might as well just end it, because Miami is going to win from here on out, right?
Right, and it's just like the 80s.
Yeah, it's going to be like the 80s, probably even worse, because he's just going to lock everything down. But I don't see the SEC and the Big Ten allowing that. They're going to get a program and say, hey, offer Mario $20 million to get him the hell away from Miami. Because if Miami's good, that means we cannot get recruits anymore in the state of Florida, right? They're going to find a way to get Mario the hell up out of here if he does good. I just don't see Mario staying here, because, and I know the King creators and the people get paid. Oh, Mario's going to lifer here. No, he's not. Somebody's going to offer.
No.
I mean, Texas A&M out there that might offer him $20 million. Who knows, right?
Well, hopefully we have that issue. You know, I know we're just talking right now.
I think that issue is going to happen. I'm telling you. I
hope so. I hope so. I hope Miami gets to that 11 win. I hope so.
Man, it's one of those things we say it's so. Here's what Cuba-Damas kicks in. We get these 11 wins. It's December. The rumors are going to start going around. Ohio State is looking at Mario. Michigan is looking at Mario. Whatever school. Oh, same thing he did. I'm committed. This is the program I want to be at. Here's $20 million, Mario. You still want to be at Miami? I love Miami, but if I get offered $20 million, I'm out of here. I'm sorry. Or 15. I'm out of here.
Right, but now the question I have to ask is,
or Florida offers Mario 15.
It is a business. It is a business. There is a business side.
It's a business.
But, you know, since we're playing this game, might as well keep going. We've went down halfway down the rabbit hole. Let's go all the way in. We're saying that 2025 Miami has won 11 games. They're deep in the playoff.
Yep.
Let's say they make it to the semifinal and lose on a whatever.
Last second field goal.
Okay. And Mario decides he's leaving. Okay. Mario leaves. Do you think the football program goes into a tailspin like it's done before, or does it maintain and sustain like it did when, Schnellenberger left, Johnson left, Erickson left?
It will take a level down because Miami's not going to hire a $10 million coach. They will do the Miami thing. They will go find a coach in the MEAC or in the MAC, right? Will coach some up and coming coach,
right?
And then what's going to happen? Hopefully, we'll still both around this time. What's going to happen? People are going to get frustrated, and it's like, no, you got to give this coach about 5 to 6 years because he's not going to get the same recruits. He's not going to get this, So it's like you got to let him figure it out, right? But it's going to put our program. So if Mario has success, it's going to hurt our program in the long run. And I hate saying that. That sounds horrible.
Well, I mean, you're absolutely right. And it's just something that nobody talks about because it's going to happen. It happens with everybody. But
we don't have our program is not, our administration is not built that way if Mario leaves, we're going to get Nick Saban. Right, that's not our program. Our program, if Mario leaves, we're going to get Manny Diaz.
Well, the fact is, if that day comes, if and when Mario leaves, okay, and I mean he's not going to be here forever because the day of, 10, 15 year tenured coaches are no more. But if and when Manny the second leaves, please do not hire a Miami guy. Please hire somebody who has no ties to this school, because that really hasn't worked out very well for us.
And Dorsey's out there.
If he can get some serious NFL, but then again, if he's making NFL money, why would you come back to Miami? Katie. Yeah, we're just rambling. We're talking what ifs, but don't get me wrong. I hope
the only good news for your scenario, Jordan, I don't think there is an up and coming Miami coach out there. Ex-Miami coach. I can't think of one.
I mean, in other words,
the only one I can think of is Jed Fish that used to coach in Miami.
But I mean, don't bring back a former player. In other words, no disrespect to any of the former players, but we don't need to go because
I got the next coach, Jordan. I already know who the next coach is.
Who's that?
He's sitting in Colorado.
Dion?
Nope. Who's coaching Colorado now? Defensive line.
I thought Sapp wasn't there anymore.
He's there. Warren Sapp.
He's still there?
He's there.
Huh.
That's our next head coach, Warren Sapp. Found him.
Yeah, but
I found him.
But do we really want to get another ex-player?
I know, but this administration, Kiffin, but this administration will never hire Kiffin or Butch Davis or any, wild kid like that. They're not going to do that. So as much as I love the former players, I just bringing them back just so they can, they think they have illusions of grandeur that as a coach they'll bring back the glory days that they had as a player. I don't
don't know. I tell you, but anyway, that's that's going deep down the rabbit hole. But it is good. It's good talk. It's good. It's good talk to have. But I'm not gonna discount the fact that if Mario has success, because he's still a young guy. He's still young. And again, I don't know what his life goals are vis-a-vis the coaching world. I don't know. I mean, because like with Saban was just old. He really had nowhere else to go. He was too old to start another coaching regime. Plus, he was at Alabama. He got everything he wanted, and they were successful. But with Mario, let's just get there first. Let's get to the top of the mountain before we start deciding how we're going to make snowmen up on there on the snow caps.
I think we're going to get there this year. I mean, hopefully I'm right about my predictions, but I think this, is let me take that back. Let me wait till game one. If we beat Florida, then I'm predicting 11-1 or 10-2.
Yeah, I mean, and again, it seems like to me, in all seriousness, though, the pieces of the puzzle are there. As far as offense goes, you have a decent quarterback. We have decent receivers, an offensive line that could, if they can keep a clean pocket for 3 seconds or more, that's great. Running back, you have talent in the running back room, even though Fletcher is still out. And I really believe, and I still believe, and I've always said this, is the success of the offense depends on the offensive line. Now, I'd be almost willing to bet the farm that, well, I don't know. With Cam back there, you can't really drop 8 in coverage like they did against TVD because Cam will run on your ass. So hopefully.
Well, are you serious? Well, I don't know. Remember, this is NFL, Cam. So he's trying to play for the NFL. He's not trying to get injured. So I don't know.
Well, I mean, let me also say, so this is Dawson's second year, correct?
Mm-hmm.
So he saw what his offensive kryptonite was. The 3-man rush with 8 in coverage. Okay. Now, hopefully he has some plays lined out to counteract that kryptonite, because I guarantee you that's what teams are going to start using. They're going to use that, put drop 8, rush 3. Dare you to run it. Dare the quarterback to run, But, that's about the only thing. I think the offense will be fine. I really do. Defense, not so sure because just don't know yet. Don't know. But I don't know. I'm just going to see what happens. Well, I said this last year, and I'm going to say this again this year. Get back with me after the first half of the first game.
No. You gotta wait. You gotta wait till the game's over.
You know, I mean, let me see the first few parts of the first of against Florida, just kind of see what's going on. But I mean, again, I still stand by with Miami having a $974,000 quarterback and an $8 million a year coach. They better get 10 wins. You know, forget the talent, forget whatever, but you have, you know, you have this money invested. You got to get, I mean, with 7 wins last year, you got to get at least 3 more wins for $1 million.
And Louisville beat us straight up. Amari beat us twice. That's his life. Katie, I love you, but I hope you're dead wrong.
I hope she is too. And you know, that's this.
I hope you're dead wrong. And I call Katie all different type of crazy lady names. Because Katie, I hope you're dead wrong.
Honestly, I hope we're all dead wrong. But the part of the thing that's
right about one thing, or go 10 and whatever. But
I mean, I hope, because if Miami doesn't, because you know, I guarantee you, starting probably tomorrow the portal opens up, so that's going to be interesting. But you think the hype machine is on turbo right now? Wait till they put nitrous on that engine in about a month. All right, and they put one of those W16s in there. All right. Imagine how fast that hype machine's going to run. And for those of you who don't know what a W16 is, it's like 2 V8s. It's kind of like a Bugatti. Anyway, yeah, I mean, because you can imagine.
One thing. So one thing that does worry me about us and winning, I don't know because one thing that I hate about Arcanes, when we win, we start feeling ourselves a little bit too much, and we don't take opponents seriously. So for me, if we are 7-0, whatever, we have to play let's say Duke hasn't won a game this, right? I think we're gonna go to that game. Oh, we're gonna blow them out, whatever. We lose, just like we did against Pittsburgh that year that we were undefeated. We should have beat Pittsburgh by 1,000 points, but we came that game. Oh, this is an easy game. We could relax and we got to worry about the ACC championship game. That's what I'm worried about this team.
And that's been Miami's MO for 20 years.
Yeah.
You know, you didn't have that problem in the 80s. Right. You didn't have that problem in the part of the 90s. You know, the early 2000s. They had some close calls, but they didn't lose it.
Right. Or the typical thing when we lose to a Florida State, like, oh, that's it. The season's over. We can't win any more games. Right. So that's what happened. Yeah. I'm sorry to jump a little bit forward. That's what happened with Golden. We were 7-0. We played at Florida State, lost, and then we lost like
that was it.
Games.
That was it.
Yeah.
Crash and burn.
Yeah.
And I was kind of that 2013 season, I was kind of getting excited.
Yeah.
You know how long it been since Miami was 7-0?
7-0, yeah.
I was getting excited. I'm like, finally. Because I still remember that. I still remember that Florida game from 2013. I still remember that.
Yeah.
I was on edge the whole game. Because that was the first time we had played Florida since the Sugar Bowl, right?
Yeah. Yeah, you're right.
And it was kind of, Miami needed that win, considering what's been going on. Because, first we just now getting over the FIU debacle from, what's that, 05, 06? And then now you got the Nevins crap going on from 2011.
Okay. No, I'm just thinking about it. Let's think about Florida State. They went 13-0 and Bama was after their head coach, and Florida State had to pay him $10 million. Right?
Yeah, you're right. But, well, I guess the big question is, actually two questions, is would Miami give Mario more money? And two, where would that money come from? Or let me rephrase that. Would Miami be able to pay that kind of money? You know, if, like you said, if Mario does all this and he says, okay, I want to renegotiate my contract, you know, I won't say $12 million a year. You know, or he's going to leave. Of course, I don't know what type of stipulations are in their contract if Mario leaves or, I don't know. But
buy out the contract, whatever.
Right.
And then, Guidry would be the head coach because Miami will do the lazy hire and hire Guidry.
But I mean, and if would the university pay that extra $2 or $3 million a year? Now, again, then as I ask that question, then I resort back to $975,000 for a quarterback for 1 year. You see the conundrum we find ourselves in.
And then I have another one. If we do go 10-2, Mario stays, SEC or Big Ten are not going to take Miami.
No, they're not, because now they're like, oh shit, the sleeping giant is starting to waken up.
Yep, exactly. And we don't want,
now. In all fairness, now let's be realistic. Again, Miami has had only one 10-game winning streak, one 10-game winning season since 2003. Just one. Now, if Miami does it, say this year.
Hold on, 17? We didn't win 10 games on 17?
Yeah, that was the only time we did it since like 2003.
Yeah, you're right.
Only one 10-game winning season in 20 years. All right. Now, I think if Miami does win the 10 this year, people will be like, we'll see. We've seen this before. But now, if you go the next year in 2025 and win, say, 11 games, now you start raising eyebrows. Okay? And then the next year, say 2026, let's say they win 10, 11 games again, if not undefeated. I'm just saying, stay double digits. That's 3 years in a row with 10 wins or more. That hasn't happened in a while. Now you'll start seeing, we don't want them. But again, the ACC has got a stranglehold on these universities because them dumbasses signed that deal with the ACC where you're basically in it until you're out. I mean, but I just right now, yeah, it'd be nice to go play with the big boys, but it's best for Miami just to stay in the ACC. Be the big fish in the little pond, so to speak, and win where it's easy.
Yeah, but the money.
I understand, but I understand the money. I understand, but if they just keep winning, and they be consistent at it, if the SEC wants Miami, they'll pay it. The SEC will pay it. The Big Ten wants Miami, they'll pay it. You see what I'm getting at? That's just my opinion.
A mid Miami, not a good Miami. Not a power Miami.
Right. I'm talking a Miami that's looking pretty consistent 9, 10, 11 win seasons. You know, not this crap that we've been talking about for the last 2
No,
months.
I think they will accept this crap. I don't think they will accept a good Miami. You don't want to power to Miami. You don't want to give any power to good Miami.
But now Katie brings up a good question. You know, we're sitting here talking about the team and the wins, but could Mario succeed in the SEC? I don't know.
Yes, because the SEC, it's about money.
Right.
It's about money. It's not about how, because the thing about the SEC is like, look, Mario, we're going to pay you $20 million just to recruit. We don't need you coaching. We'll get the coaches for you. You just get the players. Don't worry about the coaching aspect. Okay, so just recruit, and we'll worry about the coaching. This is the thing. College football does not want Miami and USC to be good.
Well, no, I mean, they say they do, but they don't.
They don't. Yeah, they don't. They don't want those two programs to be good. Because if those two if Miami, USC, and Texas are good, there's no way you could recruit against these programs. Because that's where majority of the talent comes from.
Oh, I agree. But, I mean, let's get there before we decide what we're going to.
That's true.
I mean, we can sit here and talk about, we're going on a trip to the store tomorrow. We're sitting here worried about what we're going to buy. We ain't even got there yet. But, I mean, it would be a great problem to have. But we'll see.
We shall see.
I'm kind of curious about this J-Active 1111. Have you ever heard of him before? I don't even know if he's still with us.
No, I doubt it. We've been on for 3 hours. Wow.
I'm just wondering because I saw him pop up. I didn't know if I don't recognize it. But anyway, I mean, I'm glad he had a new visitor. But yeah, I mean, we're just off. We're just off talking now. I mean, it's woulda, coulda, shoulda. I mean, there are so many possibilities. Me personally, let's get through 2024, and then let's see what he does for 2025. I don't know, but I do know one thing. I am such a dumbass. I didn't put anybody's name up there. I'm going to get it right one day, but it's all good. But yeah, I mean, it's good to talk about it. I like having those conversations, little thought-provoking conversations. It's a lot better than what you hear out there right now. With all the cash, the check cashers. You know what I mean?
I know what you mean.
And I got a bad feeling it's going to get worse. It's going to get worse before it gets better.
It's going to get worse, especially the incident that happened. A lot of people are going to start kissing up now because they don't want to get on Mario's bad side. So it's going to get worse.
Yeah, but, I know we're still, 4 months away, 4.5 months away, but man, it is just going to ramp up, especially after tomorrow. Because the portal opens tomorrow, and how long is it open for?
2 weeks.
2 weeks? Yeah. So, man, it's going to be crazy until we get to May and that portal closes, and then that's when you're going to start ramping up into the season because it's – and I'm just – I mean, don't get me wrong. I hope Miami – is successful. I hope they come out and win the 10 games. But But, and I'm just saying hypothetically, I'm not wishing any ill will on the team, but if Florida comes out and just gang rapes Miami, you know what I mean? I'm talking like BYU 1990. You know?
Yeah.
Man, could you imagine the turmoil on that Saturday night?
That's fine. You have one more loss to go, and then you can't lose anything else. So you can lose that game. That's fine.
Now, I was going to say, granted, what was it 83, 82, 83 season? They lost to Florida, but then ran the table.
Yeah, we hear this one. Same thing with Manny. We lost to Florida. It was a close game. We're gonna have a good season, and we went 7-6 or 7 and whatever.
But that 83 team, you had Kozar was a freshman. You didn't have $1 million quarterback that had 2 or 3 years experience.
Right.
I'm just saying. I'm just, and again, but in all honesty though, Cuban, just to be honest with everybody, my heart kind of goes out to Cam. It really does, because can you imagine the pressure that young man is under right now as we get closer to the season? Because here it is. He's trying to make it to the NFL as a first, second rounder. Okay, so he's got that pressure. 2, he's getting paid all this money. So he's under the pressure of that.
Mm-hmm.
But I resort back to the first part with the NFL. I mean, that poor kid, he's got some pressure on him, dude. And
he kind of put on himself.
Exactly. I was going to say that. I mean, he brought this about.
Yeah, because he could have, when he had the ability to come the first time, and then he said he was going to the NFL and kind of put on himself. But he seems like a great person.
Yeah.
I want him to be successful.
Oh, most definitely.
He put pressure on himself, and he just has to. I think I think he has the moxie for the position. We just have to see, but I hope the kid the best.
Right? Oh man, I hope he even though he's an outsider coming in. I say outsider, but you know what I mean.
Yeah.
I hope he comes in and breaks all the passing records. I hope he breaks
all the records. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I want him to come in and I want him to light it up. I really do. I hope nothing but the best.
Now that Poffenberger, I need him out of the program ASAP.
I think Poffenbarger should have just stayed at Albany.
Should have stayed in Albany, or this is another.
Maybe he can get him. Maybe he can further his academic goals. Maybe he can get a better education at Miami than at Albany. That's what I'm going to say. Unless there's another position, maybe he can go try out for the basketball team. I don't know.
Just don't step on the field again, please, ever again.
He looks like, I mean, it's like watching Doug Flutie, little 4-foot midget out there.
He's throwing lollipops up there. I'm like, is this? But you have people out here saying that he played great and all that. I'm like, I don't know what you guys saw.
I don't know what they were watching. I didn't see it. I mean, he could barely see over the line.
Yeah.
But
get that out of here.
Oh my, that was crazy. But I think we're gonna go ahead and wrap this up. I think we're getting a little bit. We're starting to get into that twilight zone with our questions and topics. But good topics nonetheless.
Fun.
So hopefully tomorrow, until the end of April, hopefully things don't get too crazy. But if it does, it does. And God knows what the check cashers are going to say. So with that being said, hopefully Shad will have a round table sometime this week because didn't Shad start his new job?
Yeah, I think so. He said he had a new job.
I don't know if it was like late last week or if he started this week. I don't remember. But regardless, you know, he'll be on when he gets on. As far as we go here on the Rise of the Fall, probably it may be next Tuesday. It may be next Tuesday. Don't quote me on it. Or yeah, it'll have to be next Tuesday, Monday or Tuesday. We'll figure it out. But Cuban, as always, I appreciate it, dude. I appreciate you being here. You know, I know most other people don't want you on their channel. They kind of,
nor do I. You know, appreciate it. I thank you for that. Thank you not having for your channel because you know your channel be extremely boring. And
I know, right?
And
I know. I mean, imagine this place. Imagine if you and Miss Katie didn't show up. How boring this! I just be sitting here.
It's just it's arguments and counter arguments, right? I run a company, right? And I don't hire people that think like me. I think like me already, right? I need people that think differently than me. That makes me.
I understand. Oh yeah, you got to have that challenge process, and you got to be able to. Because if everybody thinks alike, you don't go anywhere.
You're not learning.
Not learning.
To learn.
So
it's like, just for me, it's like you could have different opinions. I that's fine. I want to learn. So that's the that's the biggest thing.
Oh yeah, but like I said, Cuban, I appreciate you being here. It's always a pleasure having you here.
No problem, sir.
Maybe one day we can reach the level of, D and Mr. Frank. Because I'm gonna tell you what, y'all. I said it earlier, but
those guys are
man. Look, those guys. That's Utah, baby. I mean, it's that's what I'm talking. I mean, they gonna tell you what they think, and they don't give a rat's ass what you think.
Well, no, it's funny. So, quick little story between me and Utah. When Mario was hired, I was like, hey, man, this guy's a fake host. And they destroyed me. All of them destroyed me. And now they all sound like me. And I'm like, I told you guys, I tried to tell you about this fake, dude. And it's like, it took them a while, but now they're on the same page as I am.
Manny the second.
But,
maybe, hopefully, things click, things start to get better, and we're sitting here winning multiple championships, and we'll be like, well, we had them pegged wrong. I think Cuban, you said it. I want to be wrong.
I want to be dead wrong.
I want to sit here and say, y'all were. I am sorry, I was wrong. That's what I want.
I don't know what the hell I'm talking about. I'm gonna start listening to you guys.
Exactly. But again, Katie, thank you for being here. Miss Katie has been here all the time. I can't believe she actually sticks around for this long because, we start rambling, dude, and it's just like, is anybody still here or we just got the house to ourselves, Let's see. QB stopped by. Thank you, QB. Coach Hayes, I appreciate you stopping by. And this, where's that dude? That J Active 1111. That I don't know. But anyway, regardless, thank you for stopping by, dude. We appreciate you spending time with us. Anybody? I think that was it. Yeah, that was us. So, like I said, probably until Tuesday. I don't know. I may, depending on how things go, I may but then I like to use Shad's Roundtable for just normal stuff. But I'm kind of committed to doing the Rise of the Fall until the season starts. But yeah, that's all I got. We're going to get on out of here. We were actually able to keep it under 4 hours. It would have been like under 3 hours, but neither me or Cuban would shut up. So
yeah,
it is what it is. But anyway, y'all know how we do it. Peace, love, and soul. Thank y'all so much for stopping by tonight. Thank y'all. If you watch this in the future, thank y'all for stopping by and watching. Hopefully Shad watches this and he can give us some of his insight, because, you know, between Cuban and Shad, their insight, you know, it's going to make it right. So thank y'all again. Crap. There we go. Y'all be sure to go check out these young men on Check It Out Corner. I don't want to put you in the dark, Cuban, but I want to make sure I get this out. I want to make sure y'all go check some of these cats out. And for God's sake, please, y'all, if you enjoy the shenanigans of us, y'all need to go check out that You Heard, baby. No,
Not
You
You.
Talk. You Talk. Not
No,
You. See, I was afraid I was going to do that, and I screwed up. You Talk. That is You Talk. UTALK. Y'all go check out D and Mr. Frank. They ain't gonna bullshit you. They gonna shoot straight with you. But other than that, that's it. We're gonna catch y'all on the flip side. Thank y'all again. Y'all have a lovely evening. I hope you have a wonderful, blessed, fortunate week ahead. And if not, I hope that it's a learning experience, an opportunity for you to learn, to grow, and get better the next time it happens. So we're only about 4.5 months away from the season. Y'all hang in there. We're going to see y'all next time. Bye. Thank y'all.
Peace.
All right, I'm back. Y'all thought it was over, but it's not. So I had to switch to a different cup. I'm drinking something else. So if y'all remember last week, I did this last week, but I was out of wardrobe, so to speak. But I was thinking about doing this little, what's on your mind. I had thoughts of calling it the back room, but there's perverts out there like Shad who will take it the wrong way. But it's more of a kind of an unfiltered, what's on your mind. Let's talk about it. And I kind of touched on it earlier. And again, I know I have no dog in the fight. I know that, it's none of my business. But just to give my 2 cents, I'm just going to give my opinion. The situation with Caneville asking the question, and just to be fair, I mean, he asked the question whether he should have asked the question or not asked the question. That's not what I'm talking about. But he asked the question, and then Coop got on there and he did his video and said that people said it was based on race because of Jakari, but unfortunately Coop was very general. He was general in his video. Now, with that being said, Coop was being general, so therefore everybody presumed that he was talking about Mr. Streeter. But if and I'm not trying to speak for anybody, I'm not taking anybody's side. But if Coop would have said, hey, there was people in the tweet that responded that said that, could have stopped a lot of confusion and so forth and so on. Because if you take it all at face value, it kind of sounded like he was saying, Streeter was being, he was trying to insinuate things. Okay. And going back and watching the video of Streeter asking the question, there was a lot of, assumptions and presumptions. I don't know. Honestly, I don't really care. But if there'd have been more pinpoint information, it probably would have been a lot better. But that's just my opinion. Again, it is. I don't know, but I still don't understand why. I just want somebody to answer the question: what did Jakari do or not do to have all of this negativity brought upon him? And what I mean is, what? And I mean, it doesn't even have. I mean, it's not because it's Jakari, but it's just, what happened? We looked at the numbers earlier. And again, this is not a personal attack on Emory. This is not an attack on Jakari. It has nothing to do with the young men themselves. I'm talking about the knuckleheads out there. What I don't understand what Jakari did that nobody wants him at Miami. I don't get it. What did he do? Was it the pinstripe game? Was it the fact that he was put in a no-win situation in 2022 as a true freshman? What was it? The interview? I don't get it. And I'm not. I'm not being a fanboy. I'm not saying that, you know, I have a favorite. No, it's just, I mean, you could reverse the roles. It could have been whoever. It just happened to be Jakari. And I don't know. Me personally, I think the young man has the talent. I just don't understand why he's getting all the flack and negativity, even to this day. Why won't people, and I say people, I'm talking about I'm talking about these big time YouTube social media folks. Okay, you know who they are. You know why they still think that he's not able to be quarterback 2. You know why? You know, the poor dude, the poor kid, the young man, and God bless the man. You know, the young man has a good head on his shoulders. He was raised by some good people. Mr. Brown has some wonderful life goals. He seems like a very intelligent young man. I don't understand why is he not getting a fair shake? You know, has the desperation of people to see the second coming of Ken Dorsey deluded their thinking? You know, I don't know. And again, I honestly think Emory is going to be a really good quarterback in the future. You know, but I think right now, just from what I saw in the spring game, I believe Jakari has the goods. He can do it. I really do. And I don't know. I don't get it. And it just really ticks me off that you got these people that call themselves Hurricane fans, how they can just dismiss the young man like that. I don't get it. I really don't. But, you know, it is what it is. It is what it is. But anyway, I had fun tonight. I kind of had a few faux pas. You know, I went to do the halftime, and I didn't press play on the thing, and it was messed up. And then, you know, I forgot to make the scene for the upgrade, downgrade graphic that I had set up, but you know, it's cool. But it was a really good show tonight. Really good show tonight. You know, always, like I said, and I mean it. It was nice to have Cuban on. I know Shad's probably working. He got things going on. It's completely understandable. I completely understand, you know. Of course, it was nice having, you know, the usuals. Katie stopped by. She stuck around for the whole thing. God bless that young lady. You know, anybody who's going to stick around for 3.5 hours listening to me ramble, you know, that's pretty cool. QB stopped by. It was good to see QB. And the J Active, that he's really got, I'm kind of curious on who that is. You know, I'm curious. But anyway, yeah, I mean, I just wanted to throw that out there. I don't know. I'm kind of curious on who or what started all this Jakari nonsense. I mean, I don't get it. And I don't understand why people are so critical of everything Jakari does, but they're not as critical when it's somebody else. You know, I don't get it. I don't understand why it's like that. I mean, I hope it's not what I think. You know, I'm not going to insinuate anything. I'm not going to presume anything. But you have to wonder what's really going on. Is there a narrative out there? You know, are they really wanting? Are they really wanting Jakari not to succeed just so Emory can succeed? I mean, are they fanboys of Emory? I don't know. But I mean, I don't know. I don't know. Well, all right. Well, I've been sitting here. Well, I haven't been sitting here, but I've been sitting here running my mouth for ever. You know, so I appreciate everybody stopping by. I always appreciate it. You know, it's good to see y'all. Hopefully, let's see. Maybe Shad can do a roundtable Friday. I hope it's Friday night because I'm working days Thursday and Friday, then I work nights Saturday and Sunday. So I hope, because I really enjoy being on Shad's show. I really enjoy, you know, being on with him. But if not, it's fine. It's not the end of the world. But I kind of like it. I enjoy it. So, well, all right. That's really all I got. So I'm going to go ahead and get on out of here. It's been 4 hours and 5 minutes. If anybody makes it this long, okay, we're going to have, I did this a while back. We're going to do it again. You know, we had the hashtag Fly Girls. This time, if you make it this far, I want you in the comments, I want you to put hashtag leave Jakari alone. All right. That's going to be the keyword. If you make it this far, whether you watch, I'm assuming you watch it in the future, but if you fast forward or if you watch it if you sit there and watch this thing for 4 hours, God bless you and thank you. All right. But if you make it this far, hashtag leave. Now, I tell you what we'll do. We'll say leave JB alone. Okay. Hashtag leave JB alone. I want to see if I see it in any of the comments. So, and if not, it's cool. I get a little Easter egg, you know, just see if anybody's going to do it. So, again, if you make it this far, hashtag leave JB alone. So, all right, I am definitely getting out of here. Peace, love, and soul. Go Canes. It's all about the you every day, all day, baby. And we're going to catch y'all next time.